Siema, siema. Hey, Rubenos, have fun. Enjoy. Loop banded. Boosted. Pretty nice for the new servers. Not yet, Bubunastu, not yet. It's starting on Monday. Monday 5 p.m. My wife and kids are flying out. Monday to Monday. So next weekend, technically. But I've got the week off next week anyway. So next week I'll be family-less for a week. Hello. Okay, what you don't understand then about the greater flurry of blows is that it reduces the cooldown by 10 seconds when you use a spender. You can only use greater flurry of blows once per rotation. They've added a mechanic where if you use a spender, it reduces the cooldown of greater flurry of blows by 2 seconds for each harmony charge. So it's not actually 16 seconds. As long as you're using your spenders effectively, you can basically use greater flurry of blows once per rotation. Yeah, it is a bit complicated. Basically, you can use it once every rotation. That's how it works. Cool, Carlin. I'm happy to hear that. Oh, here we go. All right. When is the first teaser coming? I expect the first teaser's coming on Tuesday. Good morning, Toady. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's log all the characters in. And we're going to start with Winter Court probably today, I believe. And here is the monk. Bam! 4 minutes of offline training. I timed it perfectly. Yesterday I put on for like 11 hours overnight to get the double value this morning. Nice. All right. Any boosted areas? Yalahar. Yalahar's boosted. Okay. Anything else? No. Yalahar. Do I have mad scientists? I do. I switch. I do. What else is in Yalahar? Crazed beggars. Do I have crazed beggars? I don't have crazed beggars. Maybe we'll do crazed beggars. What else? What else is in Yalahar? War golems. I did want to do war golems. I can do war golems in Yalahar as well. All right. Oh, there's anti-droid. We're going to be doing Winter Court with anti-druid, I believe. Siema, witam. Hello. Gladiators, mutated rats. What do we have? Mutated rats and tigers and humans we have. We do have mutated bats, but that's probably better than Zalo. Gladiators, I'm probably have. Yeah, I have gladiators. All right. How do you see the boosted area? I just open up the map and I look for it. I check every town and I saw the little marker here. So I knew it's boosted. Here we go. Actually, what I'm going to do real quick, I'm just going to check the mini world changes first. Oh, here. Do we have terrified elephants? No terrified elephants. That's what I wanted. And one other thing we're going to check real quick is we're going to check for the Green Shore insectoid raid. Is it better to train or level now? Well, It's Beastiary or training. There's nothing really in particular for leveling right now. Cult. I think... Ooh, cult. I do still need Adept and Acolyte of the cult. Maybe we'll do some cults. Maybe. Could be good. Yeah, alright. Yeah, I think we'll focus on Yalahar after we've burned stamina for the day. First, we're going to do a couple of hours at Winter Court, and then we're probably going to do some stuff in Yalahar. Let's see if the raid is here. Probably, it's unlikely, right? I think it's not. No raid. Never mind. Never mind. All right, time for Winter Court. No scouts. Very sad. The only other thing I kind of want to check is Kralos pirate raid, because I still need the Corsairs. That one needs to be. That one's really good on rapid respawn and Kralos. Zombies, Night Stalkers, zombies. I think Night Stalkers are better. Night Stalkers are better in Liberty Bay in the Worm Mountain, and zombies are better on Treasure Island. For zombies, you don't even need rapid respawn, to be honest. And Banshees and Carlin Cults. Carlin Cults and Carlin Ghostlands. All those, yeah, fair enough. They're all there in Yalahar, but actually they're not that efficient to do them there. Any of those three. All right. I have 50 minutes of imbue in my helmet and armor. All right. You think Solkamas price will drop? Yeah, I think so. Arctic Thorns. Ah, you know what? Yeah, Arctic Thorns. Yes. How do you get to the Arctic Thorns? Is it the shortcut thing from Port Hope to Tice? That's the Arctic Thorn stuff, right? The problem is that's Rakshas. Yeah. The problem is I haven't done the secret library quest yet. So first time I do it, it'll send me to the island where I need to do the quest. I kind of need to do that, I suppose. Yeah. Pick one. You don't get to choose one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe I'll do the quest today. And then, is it double XP also? No, it's just double skill and rapid respawn. Okay, to start with, we're focusing also on Soul Broken Harbingers and Thanatos. That's the start. With Anti-Druid. I don't know if he's already available here. We'll see him in a minute, I guess. We're just going to be doing the top floors, focusing those two monsters. Aha! Here we are. Do I need... Alright. Party. Unfortunately, no share on your lead. Alright, fine. Let's go. Let me pop a boost while we have stamina. May as well burn the 2 boosts. This is basically what we're going to be doing, I think, now. Not sure how quick it's gonna go. Maybe we need to go to the floor below as well. Yeah, I think we need to go floor below too. Yeah, come down here. Pick those up.
At what level do I drop Dwarven Armor and Legs? Around the Dwarven Armor you drop when you get the two... Okay, sorry. The Dwarven Legs you definitely drop at level 300 when you get the mutated legs. Those are definitely better. With regards to the armor, it kind of depends how difficult what you're hunting. Like you definitely drop it, I think, when you get like the level 250 armor or 270, like the Nagatango Stoic X robe. At that point, it's probably better to drop it. But even at like 150, when they get the Gnomish Kuiras, like that's pretty good as well. Not as defensive as the Dwarven armor, but pretty good. So if you're hunting easy stuff, you can consider dropping it then. But you probably want to keep until 250, I'd say. You can drop it. Yeah. Hang on, there's only one. We're not even. We're still not even getting full respawn here. Range. We're overkilling a little bit even here. I think I'll run out of cap. When I refill, I'm definitely not bringing out many potions. This is very very easy with these two high-level guys. Once we get to like 10 minutes, I'll take a look at the analyzer and figure out how quickly this is going to be going. I'd like to... We're missing about 1,000 Soul Broken Harbingers and about now 375 Thanacersuses. So we'll see how quickly we can do that. I'm not... If it's going to take too long, I'm probably not going to do it all in one. We'll see. You know the Monk Ring at 100? It's so annoying that it expires. Yes. You can sell it back to NPC for like 6k or so if you take it off a few minutes before, a few seconds before it expires. So good idea to try and take it off and then sell it back to the NPC. It's a bit cheaper then. Power Ring is much cheaper. Yeah, of course. Not as strong though. Doesn't give you physical protection. Feels like we're killing just a little bit too fast here. What's everyone else doing? Everyone else doing Beastiaries? I've got a day off work, by the way, today, so I should be able to stream majority of the day. Well, until my kids are back from, you know, preschool and stuff, so should be able to stream for like the next 5 hours or so. Hello, Blushki, hello. Happy Beastiary Day. Training. Yeah, I'll be training overnight. I'm going to be offline for like... I'm going to be online for the next 72 hours, basically, on the character. Oh, has someone else joined? Aha, there's somebody else. I'm going to be overkilling even harder now. Maybe when you want to add the floor below or something. Yeah, maybe we want to add this floor. Good call. Good call. There's no Thanacersuses here, though. Working the whole weekend. Oh, sucks, man. Well, I have kids with me all weekend, so outside of today, ironically, I can play the most on the Friday. Outside of today, I'm not going to be playing all that much. I'll try to play 3 hours or so maybe on the weekend, but not terribly much. I'll be playing a lot more from Monday because I have a week off next week, and my wife is taking the kids away for a week. I'll actually have a lot of time next week to stream and play. Is it dangerous to do Pits of Inferno and what as part of a service or team? No. Solo, it's basically impossible. You can't do it solo. But if you go as part of a team, then no, it's not difficult to do those quests. But you do need to find like a service or something on your server. People who do it for you. I find group Beastiaries like this kind of intense. I kind of prefer doing Beastiaries solo, but this is obviously much faster. This type of Beastiary. But I think once we do this Beastiary here, we're gonna go and do something solo. It's a little bit more sane. Probably some stuff in Yalaha as we saw it's boosted today, so probably a bit better. Wrong trinket, doesn't matter, dude. Yeah, fine, I'll switch it, but doesn't matter. Not with like 3 level 1000 dudes here. I'm like I don't even need to heal. I'm not doing anything. I'm just casting spells. What is your fist fighting unbuffed? 105. Hopefully, maybe 110 or so after this weekend. Around that. Maybe a bit less. So let's have a look at the analyzer. 10 minutes in, we've got 48 Thanacercises. So we're looking at about 300 per hour, I guess. And Soul Broken Harbingers, we're looking at about 600 per hour. So it will take us about an hour and a half for me to complete both the Beastiaries I'm missing. Sounds like Soul Broken Harbingers will be a bit late, a bit longer than Thanacercises. Actually surprised. I thought it would take much longer for the Thanacercises, but sure. Happy Rapid, thank you. Just finished Wasps. Minotaurs next, okay. I'm not doing this kind of weak stuff, personally. I'm focusing still like relatively okay experience stuff. Don't want to pick up a few levels, you know. Looks like it's going to be about 3 KK raw here doing this. with these guys. Unfortunately, I'm too low level to be in share range with them. That would be better experience. Hello, Kikaro. Hello, Tom. On all your Tibia Pal video, you say like 90 plus, but then you are 120. Okay, and how do you expect me to be the exact level everywhere? If there's 10 spots at 90, how can I possibly be 90 in all of them? Do I kill myself after every single video so that I stay at the right level? I was recording this stuff and like day 3 of my character, you know, I can't exactly control it that well, what level I am. I was boosted all the way up to level 105 at Gaze of Spectres, so it's you're gonna have to trust me that it's doable at that level, basically. Yeah, I mean, there's 4 people here, right? 3 people that are like level 1000 and me, and I have the damage of a level 1000 being the monk and all. So yeah, it's pretty insane. It's going pretty fast, actually. A bit faster than I thought, I think. But yeah, we'll start off doing this. And then I'm not sure what we're going to do next. Yalahar is boosted, so we actually have 6 times respawn rate there. So probably something in Yalahar. Maybe the War Golems, that should be an okay experience as well. The one, I think, for War Golems, the best one is the one where you enter using the gear wheels, right? I think. If I want to go for War Golems. A Charm and a Holster for just elves. Thanacersus and Soul Broken, so those are the only 2 I'm missing. Better off doing them in Oramond raid. Yeah. Is it? I mean, those are the only ones I need. I have like all the other ones. So I kind of don't want to be doing hours and hours of Oramond raid or Oramond Catacombs when it's Golem raid once a year. If I can just go and focus the War Golem only spawn. I mean, I don't remember exactly what the... I'm adding Ice Rapers to the loot list, by the way. And the Northwind Rods. I'm going to be out of cap in a minute. Only been here 14 minutes. Oh, my profit. Look at this profit, by the way. Definitely not sharing with these guys. Hope none of them are watching the stream. Yeah, I assumed you were all watching. Well, you better get looting yourself. I'll be out of capacity soon anyway. Where should I go as 167 EK with good skills? Barkless Elves, I guess, will be your best PG spot if that's what you're looking for. No profit though. What town are Flimsy's Venore? I don't know. Does anyone know? Are Flimsy's Venore, what town do they belong to for increased respawn rate? Is it Venore? This is one thing I don't like about Tibia very much, with like the messed up map. It's like things, you know, the teleporters just take you all over the map. You don't even really know what town everything is and stuff. It's kind of stupid. I also don't like Fiendish searching because of that. It's Edron. Okay, well, that makes sense. I should have known. Stupid, isn't it? Hello, what's up? What do you think when you say the monk doesn't scale well, like damage-wise? No, I think his damage was fine. He doesn't scale well with regards to the number of creatures he's gonna hit. That's basically it. His spells don't hit that many monsters. He basically suffers from the same issue that the high-level EKs suffer from, and that he doesn't hit very many monsters on a high level compared to the other vocations. You know, paladins use runes and diamond arrows and mass sand, and then you can usually hit like 15 creatures per turn or so in dense respawns at high level. You know, same for mages, right? They've got the AoE runes, the waves, the UEs, whatever. They hit like 15, 20 creatures per turn. But then the EK can only really hit like 8, right? With the box. And the monk will kind of have the similar issue that they'll be able to hit like 7, 8 monsters per turn. So yeah, they have high damage. That's great. But your high damage can only get you so far when you're hitting half as many creatures as high level paladins and mages. That's it. That's the problem for high level. What charms for Ferroway? I don't know. I don't remember. I'm sure it's not particularly complicated. Check the elemental resistances and decide. Okay. I'm sure it's like Divine Wrath and Freeze and Low Blow, something like that. I'm going to be leaving my computer overnight to train this weekend for sure. I missed a fair bit of the double last month, the first one that we had since the monk release, because I was away for the weekend. So I definitely want to make sure that I skill as much as possible in this one. I tried to skill on the other one in the hotel that I was at, but the connection like kept dropping and stuff, so it kept logging me out overnight. So that was a shame. Of the website, use a split tool every hunt. Cool. That was actually the origin of the website. That was the loot split on Tibia Pal was basically the very origin of my content creation, I guess, if you will. I used to play the EK when I came back to Tibia a few years ago, and I hated how people split the loot. Just like calculating everything by hand, it just seemed very inefficient to me. And yet it was such an obvious problem that could be solved with you know, an algorithm. So I made TibiaLootSplit.com. That then evolved into Tibia Pal, that then evolved into me having a YouTube channel, and then evolved into Twitch and stuff. So yeah, that is like the key feature of Tibia Pal, I guess. Been many years since I made that now. It keeps evolving. It keeps getting a bit more functionality now and then. Still thinking about what else there is in Yalahad I could do. Like I would like to focus on monsters that give okay experience, as I was saying yesterday. So yeah, the war golems seem okay to me. I think on Rapid Day probably gonna give okay experience in Yalahar. Dragon Lord hatchlings maybe, and Fenrock could be okay. Although that's not great experience, to be honest. We'll see. We'll see. I really wanted to do Ghastly Dragons, but they actually take a long time, so I'm not sure it's really all that worth to do Ghastly Dragons. Like, they're a very fun Beastiary to do on Rapid, but they still take about, like, 5 hours, even on Rapid. For 50 points, you know, you can do a lot better than that during Rapid Respawn than 50 points in 5 hours. Maybe we'll do it for, like, an hour or two just to progress them and then finish them off next Rapid, because it is a very fun respawn during Rapid. Prime sub, Lonnie Terry, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub. Everyone gets the kill for the Beastiary, even though it's not shed experience. Yes, for Beastiary, you just need to deal even like 1 damage. It's fine. You still get the Beastiary. It's task points that you're probably thinking of, where it needs to be shed experience to shed the task point. But yeah, for Beastiary, you just need to tag it. You don't even need to be in a party. If you're just following somebody, hunting somewhere, if you kill stealing the stuff, you still get Beastiary progress just fine. Not that I'm encouraging doing that, but yes, you can get Beastiary quite easily. Does full death affect night spell damage? No, it just affects the melee attacks. But the melee attacks are very important for both monk and well, basically important for everybody, other than the mages. Even important for them, but it doesn't affect their melee damage. Mages can always be on defensive. All cults for rapid, well, it depends on your level. If you're like level 100 to like 150, I think don't bother with all cults on rapid. But if you're level higher than that, then yeah, you'll need rapid respawn, because it's just such a pain that you overkill the respawn massively if you're like level 300 plus. So yeah, on a higher level, yeah, absolutely, you're gonna need a rapid respawn. I'm top damage apparently with 3 level 1000s. Is Carlin called good for rapid? Yes. I mean, you don't at level 100, you don't really need it. You don't really need rapid there to 100, but yeah, it will be fun. I'm planning to go to a Carlin cults as well on rapid at some point. Mostly to the scholars on the bottom floor, but yeah, we'll definitely be hitting Carlin cults at some point. If not this rapid, then the next. One 1.1 Mikchi, you're level 1100, then yes, you will need rapid respawn for Edronaut cults. Kusnier, would you only train attack? No, shielding is not important. Do not train shielding. Don't waste your time on it. Just your main key skill under EK. We're almost at 30 minutes, 29 now. We'll be able to extrapolate what we're going to do in an hour. Looks like about 250, 260 Thanacersuses. And we have 270 left that I need to do. So 1 more hour, it looks like. Thanacersuses, and I'll be done. And Soul Broken Harbingers looks like about 700 an hour. And I need about 700. So it looks like I will actually finish both of those that I'm doing at like the exact same time, about an hour from now. That's convenient. Soon going Kralos Nightmares on my 73 monk. All right. Rapid is going to be scary there. Yeah. Yeah, probably. But make sure to apply the Fatal Hold on them. Get Fatal Hold, level 1, and apply it on them. It should make it a lot more fun, though, as soon as you hit 500, if you don't already have 500 Nightmares killed. Yeah, look, okay, so we're 30 minutes in now. Yeah, looks indeed at about 260 Thanacersuses and about 700 Soul Brokens per hour. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I may go refill and leave some potions in the depot, and maybe even go for my capacity wheel to pick up more loot. The profit's nice as well, obviously. $212 kills on rapid will literally take like 15 minutes or so. So you're all right. You'll have it soon enough.
Ah, about almost 2.5k profit doing this, at least for me. I don't know how much. I don't have the party analyzer open, so I don't know how much profit or waste everybody else is making. But... My imbues are running out in 17 minutes, so I'll probably do a quick refill in 17 minutes, drop off the loot, and then come back and finish off the Beastiaries that we need. Oh, hibernal moths have started spawning. I guess it's the night now. Pick up a few of those as well. Probably not too many. I think there's just one spawn in the lap that we're doing, so probably won't do too many of those, but something. Not sure how many levels, how much experience I'll be able to pick up today. So we started at 461 and a half. Maybe we'll hit 464 if I'm able to hunt a few respawns with reasonable experience. Yeah, maybe 464 today. That would be an okay goal. And then we'll be out of stamina for the Saturday and Sunday. They're dying so quickly, I'm like kind of worried I'm not picking up all of the kill participations, all the progress. I think I'm really trying hard to pick up all the Thanacercises, like those are key. I think I've probably picked up all of them so far, but it's going very, very quickly. They're dying very, very fast.
Low blow or divine wrath as first charm on paladin. I'm not sure I'd be recommending either of those as the first charm. I think freeze is very good on the paladin to start with. A lot of the respawns that you hunt, I think, like were hyenas, were lions. Freeze is very, very good. Divine wrath and low blow are also pretty damn good on the paladin, but they're much more expensive. I think I'd be getting freeze first. I really liked getting freeze and divine wrath as my first two because that's the best setup on low level for were hyenas, given that they're weak to holy and ice, but it depends if you have enough points at that level, and that's quite a few points. But if you really want to know if it's divine wrath or low blow, then I would probably go for divine wrath. Low blow is nice for the extra sustain on the paladin, but very expensive. All right, no worries. I was hoping for a little bit more experience here. I think the problem is that, you know, we're not in share, so there's no EXP bonus for the party. The experience is a bit meh, but too bad. Do any formula for understanding on how magic level affects monks' attack spells compared to fist fighting? They don't. They don't affect it at all. Magic level is only used for healing spells and virtue sustain. Your attack spells do not scale with magic level at all. What are your recommendations for charms for monk, for example? I'll have a whole video on it. If you just Google monk charms, it'll be the first hit. Generally speaking, TLDR is that low blow and savage blow are probably the best combination for the monk, except obviously expensive. So, by the way, I'm out of capacity now. If you guys who we're hunting with now are watching, I'm out of cap, so I'm not going to be collecting any more loot for now. So you guys want to start clicking if you haven't been already. $38 more for trousers? Yes. Yes, indeed. Probably about 13 more days or so. By the 20th of June, we'll probably be able to equip the sanguine trousers. I don't think the trousers open up all that much, to be honest. Like, they give a little bit of more of energy protection, which is, you know, it's going to make like bash moves a bit easier. It's going to make like falcons a bit easier. And, you know, if I was hunting like energy library, then obviously it would make that a lot easier, but I don't. So I don't know that they're actually going to make that big of a difference. The crit damage for chain penance is obviously nice. I'm going to be doing a little bit more damage. And obviously, I think they have like, do they have a bit more physical? How much phase protection do they have? 4% physical protection versus 2 on the mutant hide trouser. So obviously, I'll just be a little bit more tanky with 2% extra physical protection. So that's nice. But I don't think they're going to be that exciting. I'm looking forward to the Sanguine Claw, though. It's going to make a few respawns feel very, very good. This one included. I'm really looking forward to testing out Winter Court, Summer Court, and Overworld, and even Deathlings as well with the Sanguine Claw. I'm 32. Boltors, I think, will be perfectly doable and also great profit there. Yeah, Boltors, I went to Boltors on the test server with the level 800 monk. And maybe it was because I didn't really know the respawn, but they felt quite difficult for me. But maybe I was, you know, I was overdoing it. Maybe there's a way to hunt them that's a bit easier. But at least when I tried them on the test server, even on the level 800 with all best in slot and great skills, it was hard, very hard. But I think that maybe was because I was doing it wrong, because I've never hunted there before. Knights Hunter. I think mages can hunt there as well, right? Yeah, I think it's a good spawn. But we'll see what level is possible for the monk. Maybe not quite 600, you know? Maybe a little bit higher. Or maybe you can just go like very, very easy on like level 600, right? Just few monsters per pull. But I think if you go like really hardcore and you have like 20 of them chasing you, then and it's too hard. Definitely. $9,000 raw at Boltors. I didn't realize they do that. They give that much experience. $3,000 profit. Okay, all right, fine. That's those are some solid numbers. I'm not sure. Well, we'll have to see if the monk can do it. I think if the EK can do it, you know, EK struggle from only being able to hit a few monsters per turn. Maybe the monk can do it too. We'll see. Are those enchants for Inferniac weapons usable? Oh, absolutely. Like if you have an Inferniac weapon, you want to enchant it. It's like a better version of the powerful imbuement. So usually you'll probably just put crit in it. You do the crit enhancement, or Doomforge, I think it's called, right? And it's basically just a better powerful crit permanently on the weapon. It's very, very good. Yeah, it's basically free imbuement at that point, right? So it has a high upfront cost, but you don't need to be paying for the imbuement. So then you save like, 20k per hour or something, whatever the cost of imbuement is nowadays. Yeah, it's a very nice weapon, and then you can like use it to play Beastiaries and stuff. I have one. This is my friend's Arvaz, and he's imbued it with mana actually, and it's really good for like Beastiary hunting, right? For rapid respawn. You go and hunt like really easy, boring stuff where you don't really want to be burning imbuements because it's inefficient. You just pop that on, and you have like this free mana imbuement that's going to be sufficient to keep your mana sustain up for all the easy Beastiaries. Pretty cool combination. But then you have that permanent imbue plus 2 slots. No, it takes away one of the slots. I mean, that would be insane. That would be way broken. No, it takes away one of the slots, obviously, which is still just a more powerful imbuement. You still basically have 2 slots, but you only get to choose at that point what you put in the one remaining slot, because the other one is taken up by the enhancement, right? Too bad Ingol won't be huntable for Monk. Yeah, probably. Too much density, right? I kind of tried. Did I try it? I feel like I tried it on the test server. And yeah, I don't think it was very good. I mean, we're going to try it. I think Ingol, will be huntable for the Monk, in the sense that I'll definitely be able to like do Beastiary solo at Ingol. But I don't think it's going to be, super great. It's not like I'm going to be going there all the time and hunting there and stuff because it's so good. It'll be fine. And definitely capable to do Beastiary, but not going to be that efficient due to the high density. Is physical bond bad because it gets reduced damage by once armor? All of elemental bonds don't. Yes, that's part of it. And in general, I just feel like the respawns that are good with physical damage just aren't naturally that good for the Monk for the most part. It's just worked out that way. But yes, basically, I barely been using the Falcon Sai. It honestly does not seem like there's really any respawns where it makes sense to use it very much. Oh, I can use it in like Oramond West and stuff. Obviously, it's fine, but it's just not. It's not a very good respawn for the Monk. And same with like Oramond Catacombs, and yeah, the armor reduction on the damage is kind of. I feel like if they're going to have us use the physical weapon, it's going to have to be much stronger than the equivalent energy or earth weapon, because at this point, you're just not going to hunt physical based respawns. You can do the Beastiary, sure, and stuff, it's fine, but they're nowhere near as good as some of the respawns where you can use the energy and earth elements. And the armor formula is part of it, for sure. Thank you. You have a good day too. One of my favorite, well, it is my favorite event in Tibia at the very least. Very much enjoy rapid respawn. much more so than basically all the other events. Double experience is okay. I do like it, especially when I'm playing a character that, you know, I'm focusing on PGing. But it does sometimes end up a bit toxic, the double experience event. Whereas rapid respawn, it just feels like everybody's just having fun blasting monsters at hyper speed, you know? All right, looks like my imbuements have run out. I may do a quick refill here. Maybe I'll do one more lap. I'll do one more lap, and then I'm gonna pop back to depot and do super quick refill and reapply some imbuement. I think these guys didn't pull out the Thanasosis here. Never mind. All right, I'm gonna go drop for a quick refill. Back in a second. Spent 40 minutes and made finished Minotaurs. Ah! Are you doing it in Darasha? Or in Yalaha? Siema Mavero. Double loot is good but terrible for economy? Well, I don't know. I never liked double loot. To me, it's just super boring. I'm not very profit-oriented when it comes to Tibia. You know, I don't think the 3 days of double loot are that bad for the economy. It's the equivalent of 6 days otherwise. Like, it's not that big a deal, right? I guess people do save a lot of the points, like task points and stuff, which maybe it's kind of dodgy with double loot, but you just want to collect more of the loot. Maybe. The big profit there is a big draw of doing this right now. Yeah, I'm going to drop off the... Ah, hello, Lee. Hey, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome. Yes, the profit is a big plus of doing this like that. I may even switch to my capacity wheel. I think I probably will. Have a look. Is it better to unlock low blow and savage blow at level 1 or upgrade freeze and zap to level 2? Never bother with level 1 charms, really. So, honestly, if you're a monk, Martin, I would say just get tier 1 low blow. Just get tier 1 low blow and forget about freeze and zap, probably. Low blow and savage blow, super good. Okay, what we doing? Trade, bumpers and powerful, yes. I think that's it. I think that's the only one we need to trade here. Let's have a look. Helmet, do we have everything for the helmet? I hope so. Yes. All right. Fist, everything. Yes. And then the armor. Vampirism. And we are going to switch to the capacity wheel. Here we go. There we go. 11,000 capacity. Here we go. Profit incoming. Yeah, Martin, in that case, I really think it just makes more sense for you to just get tier 1 low blow. That would be my recommendation. It's so good. I made that video on the charms and I said low blow and savage blow are best, but you may consider getting freeze and zap. And I still stand by that. It's okay to get freeze and zap. You're not going to be super upset about it, but low blow really slaps and feels great on the monk. So if you can maybe swing those 2,000 points, I recommend you do that instead. My Lion Claws sold instantly after they dropped. Yep. Loads of demand still. What do you think of the current PvP gameplay in Tibia? I don't really think much about it. I don't PvP. I've been playing optional PvP servers, i.e. non-PvP, for the past 20 years. So I'm a PvP noob, I guess. So don't really ask me about PvP because I'm not really the right person to ask. Any thoughts about the PoE announcement? For me, it looks decent, but King's March League was much better. Well. I am much more keen on. So the mercenary stuff and the PoE announcement, I'm not terribly bothered about. Like, it's cool and everything, but I think it's a little bit. Well, we'll see how it works out in practice, but I'm not super hyped about it. I am super hyped about the end game changes, though. The secrets of the Atlas, the Zana stuff. That I'm super hyped about. Super hyped about a lot of the QOL that they're doing and changing. Yeah, the Mercenary Challenge League, whatever, right? It's gonna be fine. I'm happy about it, but it's not like game breaking. Overall, I think it's gonna be a great league. Really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to Friday. You've got a question. So I saw in your stream yesterday that you mentioned there are at least 10 spawns where you can do 6 KK raw and around 4 or 5 spawns where you can do 7 KK raw. Do you think that numbers wouldn't be a healthy standard for solo players between 4 and 500 with best and Q equipment? I know that someone at 4 vocation on level 450 can do around 10 KK raw. Yeah, I think we spoke about this before, Lee, and I think we're probably very much on the same page, right? It only feels broken and crazy just because of how handicapped all the other vocations are at solo hunting, right? It's like Monk is the healthiest standard, right? I think, compared to the team hunt. I think we agree on that, to be honest. Why you don't have shared experience? Yeah, because they are like level 1000 and I'm level 400. So yeah, I very much agree that just solo hunting, it'd be nice if it was better than it is at the moment for other vocations, or team hunting needs to be reined in, right? One or the other. It's probably easier for Tipsoft to nerf team hunting, right? They can literally just tweak the EXP bonus while team hunting, you know, lower it from 100% to 50% or something, and that's already brings them closer together. You know, even with just 50% bonus, team hunting would still be better than solo hunting. So people would still have an incentive to do it. The problem with working on improving solo hunting for other vocations is balancing team hunt as well, right? So maybe Tipsoft could add a serene-like mechanic to all the other vocations, right? That maybe in team hunts, the vocations stay as they are right now, but then they have a serene state or something like that, where the power is like 30% higher when solo hunting, right? Compared to what it is now for all vocations. The monk would be left as is, would be fine, but make, you know, mages and EKs and paladins, make them, you know, 20-30% stronger while solo hunting and not in a party. And yeah, I think that would be fine. I do think it would trivialize a lot of the game. You know, there are a lot of like weaker respawns in the game which are okay in certain level ranges, and people go to them because they can't yet hunt those like best spots. I don't know, say Warzone 4, right? Warzone 4 maybe is like a pretty decent respawn and people will go down like a level 300 paladin. But if you made them much stronger, then nobody would go there. They would go straight to like Nagas or straight to Oramond West or something. In principle, though, I fully agree that the numbers that the monk is making are fine when you compare to what people do in parties anyway. Because just as an example, right? You look like I've been playing the monk since day one, you know, efficiently, right? I'm a pretty good solo player. I know how to hunt. I hunt pretty efficiently. I'm getting close to like the best possible numbers. You know, I burn a couple of boosts a day. I burn my stamina every day. You know, I haven't always been going full PG, right? It's not like I've just been hunting Nagas and Asura Mirror for the whole time I've been playing the monk. I've been doing some Beastiary hunts as well. But generally speaking, I've been doing pretty efficient solo hunting. And yet, you know, there are people who have like twice as much experience as me. If you look at the high scores of the monks, right, they're level 600 plus, right? And those guys are just team hunting, right? So you're still able to do like twice as much experience than what I'm able to do solo. So yes, obviously I agree that it's okay, the numbers that the monk is making, but I do understand why people are frustrated that they can't do the same numbers solo. So it's either bring up other vocations to the same power level solo, nerf team hunts, or nerf the monk. And I think we're on the same page in what we'd like to be done, but I'm afraid that's not what Tipsoft is going to do. I think that, you know, for them, the easiest thing is just nerf monk to be on par for solo hunting with other vocations. So that's what I'm expecting, even if I don't necessarily agree with it. Yeah, look, I think people compare to what they can do, and it's, you know, a lot of people do solo hunt, right? Team hunting is still, I would say, not the majority of the player base, right? There are a lot of players who just team hunt, of course. It's more efficient, and they will just not play Tibia if they can't team hunt. But I think a lot of players do solo hunt, and, you know, for them, the reference point isn't the team hunting, right? For them, the reference point is what they can do solo, and they, you know, they have like a level 400 paladin, 400 EK, and they look what their monk can do at that level solo, and that makes them be all like, it's unbalanced, it's broken, and I get that, right? I get that. I think if I wasn't playing the monk myself, if I was like, nah, monk doesn't seem like my thing, I'm not going to play it, I'll just continue playing my level 500 paladin, and then I saw what was happening with the monk, I would probably have a pretty bad taste in my mouth. I would not be super happy about that. And yeah, one way to look at it is the monk is OP. The other way to look at it is that the monk is finally balanced for solo play, and other vocations should be balanced accordingly for solo play. But you know, I don't think people see it that way, and I'm not sure that Tipsoft will see it that way either. I wish they'd buff Druid solo hunting. Yeah, I think, yeah, definitely. I think, you know what? I think the Druid and Sorcerer solo hunting, at least how I see it, it doesn't need that much of like a power improvement. Like, they are plenty capable. The main problem is that it's just not very nice or comfortable to play as mages solo. I think I would personally just add a few quality of life improvements to the way the mages hunt solo, and I think they would be fine. Like, the numbers they can pull generally aren't like that far off. It's just clunky and not enjoyable, and that's the main problem. One question: are you top damage on this charm grind? Let's have a look. I've never team hunted before on the monk, so I'm gonna have to open a party hunt analyzer. Let's stick it here. Can you guys see it? I think you guys can see it. As I open it up, there you go. You can have a look. I'm gonna look in a minute. Damage. I've got 3.2 million. This 1k druid has 3 million. Yeah, I'm top damage, and I even refilled in the middle, right, for like 2 or 3 minutes. So yes, I'm top damage when compared to like 3 guys of like level 1000 or thereabouts. Easy. Balanced, yes. Well, I think I have to say, Lee, like, I'm not much of a team hunter, right? I get the discrepancy with the team hunting, but I've never been much of a team hunter because I don't like to schedule my life around Tibia and 3 other people. So I just try not to think about it and ignore it too much. Like, I have not competed in Tibia in many years because of team hunting, right? Like, I really like tournaments when we had the tournaments, because that really felt like felt a bit more like you could compete even as a solo player. Now, obviously, there were like exploit types things which were still better in with a coordinated team to do on tournaments, but generally speaking, I like that part of the competition. Whereas today, like, I don't compete in Tibia because I can't compete, right? I cannot compete with the teams, and it kind of sucks because I would like to compete, but it's just not something that I can really realistically do as a solo player. So I just try not to think about it too much. I'm just playing my game, and I don't worry about what all the high-level teams above me are doing, because I know I can't match it. But anyway, I do definitely like the power level of the monk solo. Like, it feels great compared to other vocations. But yeah, as you say, it's just, I'm still weaker than team hunt, right? Like I said, like the top 1 level monks probably played similar amount of time to me since the monk was released, and he had like twice as much experience, right? Just because he would have been like doing like crazy efficient team hunting from like level 300, doing like library and stuff, right? Getting boosted now at War Dragons and stuff. So of course it's better for experience. The party that we have here is a level 802 Paladin, level 1059 Druid, and the EK, I think, is around 1k as well. Not entirely sure what level he is. Or is he? The EK is level, I think, 1073. 1083. So yeah, basically 2 like level 1000s and level 800 Paladin, and then me. And it seems that I'm doing the most damage. So what do you think, Lee, then, that the solution is to further buff solo hunting? Is it as simple as that? Perhaps by some introduction of like a serene state when characters are stronger solo compared to team hunt? Or would you just nerf the team hunting bonus? I thought monks were nerfed for party hunts. How come you're still top damage being less than half the levels and even leaving for refill? So it's not that they're kind of nerfed in team hunts, but not really. The serene state, honestly, all it means is that you can't be boxing monsters, right? It's a preventative measure to stop the monks being the tanks, the blockers in the team hunt. Now, I'm not really surrounded by the box of monsters, so that I still have the serene state. Because we noobs. I don't think so. Maybe. Reduce the party bonus to 75-80. Add the 100% buff to 5 vocations. Okay. Remove the other vocations and give source a chain mechanic like most. Okay. So you basically you want to buff solo hunting. Are you not worried that the buffs to the solo hunting will further just increase the power of the vocations and then increase team hunt dominance even further as well? I think that's the risk, right? I'm all for buffing solo hunting, but you need to do it in the right way, so not as to push the team hunting even further, right? Is it worth to buy gold pouch and third slot on the monk? Well, it's obviously worth to buy the third slot on the monk. I don't know about the gold pouch. The gold pouch is not really worth ever. It's a nice quality of life feature, but looking at it purely in terms of is it worth, the answer is probably not. It's very unlikely it'll ever pay for itself, to be honest. Yep. Yes, I mean it's kind of like I think if you said you're level 220, right? So you don't yet have access to the spiritual outburst. But what you just mentioned is very true even for the monk. The spiritual outburst is a great ability, but it only really functions, in my experience, in a team hunt with a knight, because when you solo, it just kind of whiffs half the time. But if you have a monk, if you have an EK who, you know, has a box around him, it's super easy to just land that fully. But yeah, I mean, look, I think we are probably pretty aligned with what we'd like to see. But I guess over the years of playing this game, I don't really delude myself. I've stopped deluding myself into thinking that something like that will happen. So I'm just, you know, I'm just vibing, enjoying my game. And if Tipsoft surprises me, great. But I'm skeptical that anything will ever change in that direction. Maybe the monk is going to be the catalyst for Tipsoft maybe seeing that people are enjoying solo hunting with the monk like that. And maybe they will change something in the upcoming vocation rebalance. But I can't say that I'm that confident in Tipsoft doing that. Yep, of course, Lee. That's why the monk is very strong early game, right? At this level, like if you go Grim Reapers, right, the most you're gonna pull is 3 or 4 monsters, right, or 5, whatever. Which is why where the monk shines there, and other vocations can't quite do the same because they have lower average damage per hit and not enough density. But that's also the same reason why the monk will inevitably fall off a bit on the higher levels, because the other vocations will be able to have like 30 monsters chasing them, like Ingol or dragons or whatever, and the monk is still stuck just hitting like 3 at a time. Monk can use GFB too. Come on. Lily, it's not actually a viable strat to use the GFB on the monk. And just because they can doesn't mean that they should or will when team hunting. Why the damage is so noticeable? Because this is like kind of running style. Usually we have like 5-6 monsters on the screen, as you can see, and it's running style, so the EK can't do as much damage usually. The paladin can't be as efficient with his diamond arrows either. But me on the monk, I'm doing the chain, and it usually hits everything but has high base damage. That's why I'm probably doing the most damage here, due to the chain. Looks like the paladin has left. The paladin has left, so down to the druid and EK. How much left do you have, Auntie? If you're listening, what else you got? I need, by the looks of things, hang on, let's have a look. I need about. Oh, you don't need anything else? Okay. I need about another 30 minutes or so, by the looks of things. Ah. Thank you, Auntie. You don't need to. I do think just slowly touching on this balancing issue again. Everything that we've talked about did kind of ignore the zero supply stuff that the monk is capable of doing. This, I don't think that the Tipsoft will be very keen on leaving. They will hit the sustain somehow. Not sure how. Probably with the passive healing that the monk gets with every time he casts a spell, he'll probably remove a bit of that. and maybe somehow try to hit the leech in general for the monk, because of the way how the monk can avoid so much damage by kiting. Yeah, the zero supply hunt, pretty crazy. Definitely, Tipsoft does not like that. The lower health of the mages, I think, is largely a consideration on lower levels. I think at higher levels, as long as you're not getting one shot, yeah, the sorcerer has lower health pool, but has much better healing, right? So as long as you're not getting one shot and you're spamming your Exura Vita, you're probably, in a lot of ways, sometimes even more, have more survivability than the monk. But yeah, at lower levels, obviously, it matters a lot more. In this party hunt, are you ever not serene? Don't know. I haven't noticed it going up. Do you not need to be in shared experience to lose serene? I don't remember. I don't think I've ever lost serene in my life because I'm never in a party. Oh boy. Hey, Seb. How much of the damage output, so of this, because I've not obviously never played such high level paladins, how much of that 2k paladin damage is from charms, percentage wise? If Tipsoft were to remove this double charm proc on Diamond Arrow, which everyone seems to think that they will, I think that's what Bobek has been suggesting a few times, how much damage would the paladin actually lose? More than 50%? Seriously? More than 50% of the damage comes from charms? Is it? No, I didn't think so. Why is supposed to remove double charm? Because Bobek said that. Clearly not because Bobek said that, but Bobek seems to think that he spoke. Well, he said, I think I heard him say that he spoke to the community managers or whatever on the test server, and that's what they said. I mean, I'm not particularly surprised to hear it. I mean, maybe he's making it up, maybe not. I wouldn't be surprised to see it though. It does seem like like an interaction that's very difficult to balance, which is not something that game developers like, and clearly is resulting in disproportionate amount of power for the paladins on a higher level. So I don't know if Bobek knows anything extra, but it's not a change that I would be surprised to see. I'd give damage reflection to evocations and cut the 1% limit. Imagine AFK hunting, you just stand there and everything dies around you. That would be a dream for bots. You don't understand what stands behind that change. Well, the power level of the paladin at high level does come largely from the double charm proc. The paladin is much stronger than other vocations at that level. That's where a change like that would come from. It's not a massive problem on lower levels, of course, and they would probably try and compensate it in some way. If the paladin gets changed and gets the double charm proc removed, they will get some sort of buff that will be strong-ish on like the early to mid game, I would imagine, but not that valuable in the late game. The paladin's early game is absolute dog shit, and it's horrible to play a paladin at like level 100 to, I don't know, just from the start to like level 300-400 is just not very good. And that's where they're probably going to buff it if they ever take away the double charm proc. But I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do. I expect a vocation rebalance. I think it's more likely that they do vocation rebalance early next year. So around the same time that the monk is released. So around the time that the monk is 1 year old, so March, April next year is when I would personally expect a vocation rebalance of some sort. And I always said that even before the monk was released. I feel like they will want to wait a fair amount of time, let the monks get the higher levels. In 6 months' time, the monks they'll be like some 1k level monks and stuff. So you'll get like really good idea of how good they are in different level ranges. And then they'll be able to balance and introduce a vocational balance based on that. That's what I'd expect. Stop talking about nerfs and stuff, just play. That's what people are talking about, dude. I'm just responding to the topic of the hour, which is balance in the game. The popular topic. So this guy wishing for a nerf. I'm not catching all the messages, not sure who's wishing for a nerf, but... Where is good spot to complete Quara's Beastiary, Yalaha or LB? Generally, I prefer Yalaha. I'm not a big fan of Colassa, of the speed and stuff. I need 56 more Thanacersuses. Seems like it's slowed down a little bit. Yeah, I just need to focus Thanacersuses now. What level are they? The people I'm hunting with? 1k. Of... Okay, thanks, Tom. 6% of damage, all from charm, on just 1 out of 4 monsters. So I guess you could extrapolate that to mean that he does about 25% of his damage from charms, give or take. Well, it depends what the density, what the monster split is of that monster. Does that monster make up 25% of the respawn, or is it like is it the most common monster that's like 50% or something? But assuming they're all about even, then that would imply about 25% of damage from charms, so about 12% of the damage from the double charm proc. Take away the powerful imbuements. I think that is a very weird way of balancing it. Like, I see what you mean, but that's not... I don't know. That's not a good way to balance. Like, just arbitrarily, fuck the monk. He's not having the powerful imbuements. I don't know. That doesn't sit well with me, and I don't think like a serious developer balances the game like that arbitrarily. You know? I don't think that's what they're gonna do. The paladin can't do powerful magic levels on Koif. Well, that's on the item, right? Yeah, I suppose kind of. I suppose you kind of like that. I suppose you could. Yeah, I suppose you could just make the. You could just make the monk items not be able to imbue with powerful void, but then suppose nobody would be using a demon helmet with powerful void instead of like the coned hat, right? It wouldn't be worth it. Yeah, I guess you could make that point now. And that was added retroactively as well, right? That you were able to use those powerful magic level to start with, and then they removed it. So I suppose they could do that. I don't like it though. I don't know. That doesn't seem to me like a clean solution. You know, that seems like a patchwork solution in a way. I think there's probably a better way, cleaner way of doing it than just saying, "Bye, you can't have powerful imbuements." Don't know. Inelegant, yes, thank you, Tom. That's the right way of putting it. Very band-aid like, right? I'm not a fan. Yeah, I think Seb, what I'm expecting, and maybe I'm coping hard, but I do think that Tipsoft at this point today is only interested in balancing the monk for the levels that currently exist in the game for majority of the players. So yeah, this level 800 plus whatever, the argument that it's not very good now, I agree that it's not very good now and it's not going to be that great on this higher level. I don't think that's really too relevant for Tipsoft, because yeah, I do think they will come to that when they have to. I think when they're making the balancing decisions today, tomorrow, the day after, they're not thinking, oh, make him OP on the low level but make him shit on the high level. I don't think that's what they intend to do with the vocation. I think they thinking make him balanced for the levels that he is in the game right now, and you know, 3, 5, 6 months down the line we'll balance it so that it's also strong enough on the higher levels. I think that's the goal. If they succeed, or if they actually do it that way, remains to be seen. But that's why I don't necessarily think that's saying an argument, oh, it's okay that the monk is broken at low levels because he sucks at the high levels makes sense. I don't think so, because I think Tipsoft will balance the higher levels as well. So letting the monk run rampant, is that the word? Letting the monk run crazy on lower levels because he's weak late game, I don't think really going to hold long term, because I do expect the monk to be buffed late game if he needs it, which I guess he will. $36 more Thanacersuses. All right. Until you can't kill a cat. Yeah, but that's yeah, the monk definitely falls off once you start doing the massive pulls, right? Even when I've been hunting some Isabi surfers recently, and I could already tell that the monk is not as strong as he could be. He was still fine. The results were still fine, but that was more because the base damages are so high. But you can tell that, you know, you are really missing this AoE when you have like 12, 15, 20 monsters chasing you. That is going to be obviously the weak spot. But this is what I think, right? I don't think Tipsoft will let it be like that. How they're going to balance it, God knows. You know, maybe they will rebalance chain they will halve the damage but increase the enemy's hit loads, right? Instead of hitting 6 enemies, you'll be hitting 15 or something, but deal half the damage. Maybe they'll balance it like that, right? Who knows? But I don't think they are balancing around that yet today, which is why I don't think it really matters as much how strong the monk is in the late game, because I really don't think Tipsoft balances like that. And they shouldn't, in my opinion, they shouldn't. They are adding a new vocation in the game. The highest level in the game right now is 600. There's maybe 20 people above level 500. And it's going to stay largely like that for a long time. So they should focus on getting the level ranges where majority of the people are and will be for a long time. So, you know, level 100 to 400. They should make sure that is of the right power level for them, or whatever that might be. And then they can think about like buffing or balancing the higher levels. I think that is the right approach to do it. It does mean that maybe, you know, the top 5 people who reach those levels, 800, 1000 and stuff, will play a semi-broken vocation because it's weak. But I don't think Tipsoft will just let it rot like that on the high levels. But again, I could just be coping hard. We'll see. You doubt they will change the vocation completely in 6 months? Why? There was the test server, the monk from the start of the test server versus the end of the test server, and that was like 3-4 weeks. It was very, very different. They've changed a ton. If they really wanted to, they could change it a lot. Look, this is the first time ever Tipsoft has done something like this, right? I don't think we can really base the previous behavior. We can use that as an example of how they're going to balance. Now, it's possible that they will just leave it as is, and the monk's going to suck in the late game for the next 5 years, maybe. I truly hope not, because I truly think that they want this vocation to succeed and be balanced at all levels. But yeah, this is the first time they've ever done anything like this, so give them a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, and hopefully it's going to be all right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I think Spiritual Outburst might help. Although, you know, even such a low fix, one of the fixes that I said on the test server that they should do is they should increase the chain range on the Spiritual Outburst because it whiffs too often. And even something like that would make the monk better in the late game, right? If you can have the Spiritual Outburst, which is already hitting like, what, 10 monsters or something, have that reliably hit those 10 monsters and do the double charm proc, that would already increase the power of the monk in the late game. But, you know, they didn't, and obviously you still can't really land that effectively in places like dragons and stuff, just because it has this shitty short chain range, and it's just going to whiff, and it's only going to hit like 3 monsters before just disappearing. I don't know. I am choosing to give Tipsoft a little bit of a benefit of the doubt, and expect them to balance the vocation that it's going to be okay at all level ranges. I do think that likely the monk will remain stronger at lower levels. I think that is going to be the monk's strongest point going forward, like forever. But I think they will over time tweak that balance towards late game a little bit more. I need 9 more Thanacersuses and we're done. A couple more minutes, hopefully. Go on, 1 more? No. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. Now that I think of it, I don't think like any sort of serious Tibia players like ever generate Tibia coins by buying them off Tibia.com, right? Buying coins off Tibia.com is like the only way to generate Tibia coins, right? And add them into the economy. I don't know when's the last time I bought Tibia coins off the website. Years ago at this point. And I expect this is pretty similar to basically everybody who plays the game pretty seriously, right? You just buy them off the resellers or off the market from the gold that you make. So it is probably the more casual players who are generating all of the Tibia coins in the game, right? So you do need to have them. I suppose at one point, if there was no more resellers, I would just buy them from Tibia.com, right? Why does my analyzer keep getting like folded? You see the Beastiary analyzer, it keeps getting folded into like 60% of its height. Why? Anyway, last box, and we're done here. Oh. All right, here we go. We finished. Thank you very much, Auntie and Gui and Ghosty Dragon, who was here before. Thank you, everybody. And we're done with our first Beastiary well, 2 Beastiaries of Rapid Respawn. Got those done, which feels great. This is like one of the Beastiaries that gives me the most satisfaction when it's finished. So happy when this is done. And Soul Broken Harbingers. Nice. We have full Winter Court unlocked now. And made some nice profit. You're assuming, right? Yeah, I'm assuming, but I mean, I do know a fair amount of people in Tibia, right? And pretty much everybody I know who plays the game, you know, semi-seriously just doesn't buy directly from Tibia.com, right? They buy from dodgy resellers of people like ending the game and selling out, or they just buy on the market. Yeah, people spend shitload of TCs, that I know, but I don't think they buy them from Tipsoft, right? Now go with Rats and Ties. Do I have Rats done? Unfortunately, I have Rats done. Oh. Nowadays, you don't pay everything off in game gold. I think it depends how hard you're boosting and stuff, I guess. If you're going full triple prey every day, plus like free boost every day, then yeah, I guess you don't. I think it all depends on your investment level. I personally, you know, I'm not a casual player by any means. I'm not like a super hardcore player either, but I spend 75 Tibia coins a day on 2 boosts a day. That's my daily spending. I think that's probably not too dissimilar from other players, and that's what, like 2kk a day, 2.5kk a day. I think you can. I don't buy Tibia coins. I managed to sustain myself. Anyway, what did I want to do? I wanted to leave the party, and I wanted to change back to my non-capacity wheel. Are we gonna go for this one? No, we're gonna go for the gift one. All right. Yeah, but the 10kk profit a day, I think that is not the majority of the players. If you're boosting and praying every day, I really don't think you are like anywhere near the average player. You like maybe, I don't know, I'm going to pull a number out my ass, but I'd expect maybe like 2-3% of the player base will be doing that. Yeah, so, but yeah, most of the high levels, how many people is that? It's not that many people, I think. I really don't think that many players. But who's spending the money? Well, but from Tipsoft perspective, people who are buying the Tibia coins from them are spending the money, right? They don't care what happens to the Tibia coins in the economy. Anyway, I don't really care. I don't know how we've gotten onto this topic. Is it about casuals keeping the game alive? Was that the original topic? All right. Okay, let me just choose my next Beastiary real quick. So we did want to do some Yalaha. Let me open up my Beastiary planner. I think we're going to do War Golems. War Golems, Tibia. Four gear wheels required per entry. I'm going to check that respawn in Yalaha with the gear wheels. Oh, excellent. More than half the income yearly is most likely from consumable products and new worlds. Yeah, I don't really have any data to agree or disagree with that. That seems a little high to me. I mean, new worlds, how many new worlds do you really have? You have like 9 new worlds per year, and people only buy consumables on those for the first month or so until TCs are above like what 13k. I'm not sure that can account for half, you know, with people boosting and praying outside of new worlds. I don't know. I'm a tiny bit skeptical on that one. But again, we don't have any data. Like if it's true, then I wouldn't be like super shocked, but also I don't know. Right back, just getting some water. Well, that's not good. Is somebody here? Maybe not. Okay. How do I enter? I'll just go in. Access denied. Please insert 4 gear wheels into the relays either to the left or to the right to calibrate the teleporter. Okay. Oh, okay. I think that was it. Okay. Here I am. How many war golems are we talking about here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's quite a big respawn, I think. 5, 6. I've literally never been here before. Okay, this is not too bad. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I think this will be okay. How many do we have? All golem. 143, and I need 1,000. Okay. All right, let's let me put this on. I should have brought some power rings. Okay, reset the analyzer and let's go. Oh, okay, I can't get through here. Oh, hang on a minute. Is there two different sections? Is there a left and a right section? Is that how it works? Is that how it works? Is there two different spawns here? I guess it must be. Alright. But then you'll know if the left one or the right one is better. Does it matter? I guess we'll try both, right? Left is better. Ah, great. Of course I went to the wrong one then. Oh, just for the sake of a little test, I'm going to do like 10 minutes here and then we'll try the left one. Better to do them on Oramond Katas. Yeah, but then you need the golem raid. And also, I have everything else done. I don't need glue golems or anything. Why don't you do 500 monster tasks? Already finished all. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Grizzly Adams? Oh, well, because they don't give any experience. I'm not bothered about charms. I have 8.7 thousand charm points, so it's not like I have little. I obviously want to focus charms as well on the rapid respawn, but I also kind of want to focus actually getting, you know, an okay experience while I'm doing it. I don't want to be doing Frost Giant and Giantess and get like 100k raw an hour. I'd actually want to get a little bit of experience while I'm doing this as well. Well, in the old server, you can just loot the gold and buy the mana pots for them, right? If I go and hunt Winter Court for an hour and I get 1.5kk, I can easily reinvest all that into mana potions and not spend any real money. That's the point, I think, that Lee is making, right? Whereas on the new servers, like every mana potion can like be easily translated to like a, you know, cent value. Obviously, it's going to be like a tiny fraction of a cent, but technically, if they're all purchased via a cask, they've been purchased via Tibia coins, i.e. they can have a very real translation one-to-one with real money. It's not quite the same on old servers, where it's cheaper to buy them with gold. The TCs only disappear from the game when you spend them on the old servers, though, right? On the new servers, on the mana potions and casks. I'm not sure. I'm trying to understand what you mean, Seb. I feel like we're not understanding each other somehow. Next video, 2000 charm point, 0 waste. Yeah. Oh, I lost my amulet. Oh no. Oh no. We've used some supplies. Damn it. We had a nice 0 supply analyzer until I burnt the orange amulet. Damn it. Damn it. Oh well. The quick spoiler alert on the video on YouTube that's going to be published today. It's going to be the 0 supply Naga hunt. I'm sure that one's going to evoke some emotions as well. That one is probably the craziest one, the craziest one actually. Like the Nagas, like it's such a hard respawn for like a level 500 Paladin or EK. The fact that a monk can hunt there with no supplies is just, it's, I don't know. The no supplies is problematic, I think, for Tipsoft, for the gold inflation battling. Looks like we're doing about, let's have a look. Still 9 minutes in. Looks like we're gonna, okay, about 110 war golems every 10 minutes. So call it about 650 war golems an hour here, okay? 650. Let's go try the other side then. I'm gonna need to go and pick up some gear crystals. Should be able to do it though. Should be able to, well, Anti-Druid says it's more than, the left side is better. So we'll see if we can do more than 650 there. What raw did you make there with 0 supplies and Nagas? I think like 6.3 kk raw, something like that. I had to go a bit slower when hunting there with no supplies.
Feels like I'm caught up in a trance. Can come down all night. The city never stood a chance. With you by my side, it's all ours. So don't second guess. Let down your guard. Just take a chance. I feel the hours ticking down. Wish I could turn it all around.
All right.
But in my mind, we're frozen perfectly.
Let's try the left side.
Can we turn back?
Where are we? One here, one here. All right, let's try this side now and see which one's better. Oh, I need one gear. That would help.
Same old places come alive. Wherever we are, feels like I'm seeing with new eyes. Even in the dark, let's go get lost. Just take my hand, ignore the cost. Forget the plan. I feel the hours ticking down. Wish I could turn it all around, but in my mind, we're frozen perfectly in time.
It does feel, just from the quick lap that I've done, it does seem like there might be better density here on the left. Indeed. And it's just more comfortable to run around here anyway. Okay. Close that door. Thanks, Tiger. I'm glad somebody noticed. Somebody noticed I was still here. Don't worry. I'm just reading the chat. I don't feel as strongly about this topic myself, so I'm not all that bothered about sharing my thoughts because I don't feel very passionate about it. I'm not a gold or Tibia coin farmer. I just play the game. I don't really think about it too much. Well, all I know is that Tipsoft does not like overly profitable vocations because they think it leads to gold inflation, which they don't like Tibia coins to be too expensive, because they want people to be spending the Tibia coins, and if Tibia coins are too expensive gold-wise, then the value proposition isn't there for the players. Yeah, for the discussion, not the content. I can just hide the Tibia screen, guys, if you want. I don't know. Maybe that'll make it easier for you guys to focus on the discussions. If that would help, I don't mind. They just need to drop a double EXP skill weekend once a month to keep the TC prices down. Yeah, it feels I like the double events in a way, but I don't like feeling forced to play as much, you know. I like the double events obviously because you can progress so fast, But I don't like feeling like I really need to be playing, burning my stamina and being very efficient the whole weekend. That is a drawback for me. How much value do I put on each? I think on the magic level versus fist, I prefer fist a lot, but fist is way more efficient to train offline in the long term, right? Whereas magic level is really, really shitty to train offline. So honestly, my attitude to it is get good fist fighting first with exercise weapons and stuff. My goal is I'm probably going to be skilling fist and during double events until I have about 115, maybe 120 fist. And at that point, I'll just switch to doing magic level because magic level is way more efficient, I guess, if you will, or much more difficult to progress outside of double skill events. Whereas, you know, the fist and axe and sword and club and whatever, they progress fine outside of doubles just because offline training is so good. So yeah, anyway, Tiger, I would value fist at about 4 times the magic level. I think like 80%, 20% value. To actually answer your question. What's the goal this double for me? For me, the main goal is the skilling. I want to get like 5 fists. I don't have any hard goals on my charm progression, Chico. But 3.4 thousand. I'm sorry, but I don't have enough faith in you to be able to do that. But best of luck. I think if I get like 500, 600, 700 points, I'll be happy. That'll be enough for me. It'll be enough to get overpower. And also, it's definitely better on this left section. Thank you, Auntie, if you're still watching. I can already tell they're going to be faster here. Show the count for war golems. I mean, I have it tracked. It's just, there it is. You can see it now on the tracker. It was just a bit below. My wife is vacuuming right next to me, by the way. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Do I need to mute myself? I think I need to mute myself for a bit. Thunder. Okay. I'll just mute myself for like a few minutes. It should only be a few minutes, okay? You keep talking about the economy. I have just under 9,000 now. Kralos with Fatal Hold is so freaking nice. Yeah, it totally changes the respawn. Like, it's okay without Fatal Hold, but with Fatal Hold, it's like really, really nice. It's really needed for that respawn to come online. Serious question, how to encourage your wife to let you play Tibia for more than half an hour a day? I don't know. I don't really need to do anything. I mean, I'm an adult, right? I think it's just comes down to the personality of your partner. Everybody needs their time, right? Benji, I would recommend Low Blow over Savage Blow. Low Blow and Savage Blow are both very good, very, very similar power level, but Low Blow is just a little bit better with the crit damage modifiers. So once you get, like, for example, the crit enhanced Inferniarch weapon, or if you get Soul Maimer, then Low Blow is going to be a little bit better than Savage Blow. So if you're gonna go for one of those first, I do recommend actually going for Low Blow first. Chico, I have to say, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody getting like more than 3,000 charm points. I wish you the best of luck, but I think you've been very, very optimistic with how much you're gonna do. I'm really looking forward to hear what you've accomplished at the end of the event. I actually even prefer tier 1 Low Blow Savage Blow over tier 2 Elemental. That good? 1 HP gem only and 78 gems. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, it took me a while to get mine as well. When the gems were like 1kk each. I don't know how much they are now. But yes, it's rough out there. By the way, 10 minutes, 144 War Golems. So we're doing 140 compared to like 110 in the other respawn. So it's about 25% better. So definitely better here. Okay, Chico. E3 Dwarf. Well, that's an interesting question. The thing is, the Gnomish foot wraps are very good, but in the long run. So I would prefer the Dwarven legs like early game because they're gonna give you more. But overall, the Gnomish foot wraps you will use for like 10 times as long overall. So even if maybe they're not as worth as the legs, you're probably going to get way more value out of them overall. I mean, I'm still using the Gnomish foot wraps now. Oh, T3 Dwarven armor. Okay, ooh. Not Dwarven legs. That does change it a bit. Oh, God, I don't know. What replaces Gnomish feet later? Soul Souls. The Soul Boots are level 400, technically. But it's marginal improvement. It's ice protection instead of earth protection, really. And that's what it comes down to. And there's got like 1% physical as well. Like, the Soul Boots are better, but the Gnomish foot wraps are really good as well, so. I still don't even have the Soul Boots. What would you say the Nagtanko is worth at the moment? I think it's around 30, 40kk-ish, around that. Some good spot for other golems, like an Oramond. Yeah, honestly, like, if I had all the other golems still missing, worker golems and like gloof golems or whatever, I'd be waiting. I'd be casting my votes on Catacombs golems for that to win. And I would just do it there. Yeah, the X foot wraps are arguably the best offensive boots that you have. So you know how high level paladins wouldn't be using Soul Stalkers, but instead they'd be using some of the other tiered boots like the Orma boots or whatever. Kind of similar idea, I think, with those that at a certain level when you don't need the defenses as much, you just go for the X foot wraps. So I think the X foot wraps might be quite expensive long term because they will be the best in slot for like easy spots once you don't need defense. But yeah, overall the Golem Beastiary, I usually do it in Oramond Catacombs when the raid is active. Except that I bought this character and he only is missing War Golems, so it makes more sense to do it like this in like an hour instead of waiting for Oramond Catacombs. You know? Oh no walkers. I'm never doing the walker Beastiary. I'm not that desperate. I'm not intending to have like 100% Beastiary completion. I expect that once I reach like 16,000 charm points, I think that's around my limit where I'm just gonna stop bothering. It just becomes too crazy. Wouldn't it be better to get Jaxus, Maxon's Dungeon Axe and do this Beastiary along with 3 more? I have everything else done. It's that there is no better spot in the game for doing War Golems exclusively. Yeah, if you want to do all the other Golems because you're missing stuff, sure, there's other spots where it makes more sense. But if you're missing just War Golems like I am, this is definitely the best spot in the game. Dziękuję, Sheriff. You mentioned you regretted tearing up the destruction weapon. Wow, you watch me a lot, Tiger, I think, or maybe you're watching the VODs, because I think I maybe mentioned that briefly like once, like weeks ago. I'm surprised you remember that. Generally speaking, I regretted it because well, 2 reasons. First of all, there's not that many good physical respawns. Like, it turns out it's really not that many physical respawns, and the monk does not excel at the physical respawns anyway, due to the armor calculations. But also, like, it turns out that you don't really need that 3rd imbue slot as much as I anticipated before the monk came out. You know, on the EK, you absolutely love... Thank you for the prime sub, Tiger. Thank you. On the EK, you love the 3 imbue weapons, right? It feels so good. On the monk, of course, you are happy with more imbuement, but I find it's not as critical as on the EK. So I was very happy to drop the destruction weapon for the Falcon Sai, which has like 2.5 imbue slots, but much more damage, right? So on the EK, if I was an EK, I would like the destruction weapon over the Falcon Sai probably. But on the monk, it's a no-brainer to prefer the Falcon Sai over the destruction weapon, just because you don't really need as many imbuements, just because of your innate sustain and stuff. And, you know, second of all, that the monk doesn't have very many good physical base respawns anyway, so the tier 2 destruction was not that useful. I didn't even burn down the whole imbuements on it, just even once, before I like sold it. So yeah. Low-level hunts quicker to complete Beastiary than monsters in Tibia Pals reference. Well, it's very variable. Really depends on the respawn and the hunt. It's really hard to say. You'd have to give me like some examples of what you'd actually looking at. Most monk weapons already have half an imbue for free, right? Whereas EKs don't really have that luxury. I guess the energy one is the worst one because it has the weak crit, which you don't want, like the lion claws, right? But yeah, like the Cobra BO is so good with the with the half a life each. It's more than enough, and I guess it's the same idea of the Falcon Sai, right? You get this half a vampirism imbuement for free, and it's fine. Well, I don't know if I would even consider Falcon a choice weapon. That's the thing. Like, honestly, if I was making another monk, I would just get the T0 destruction weapon. Like, I regretted making the tier 2 destruction, and I kind of regret buying the Falcon Sight. I mean, I don't regret it, mostly because I'm a content creator, so I kind of felt like it was, you know, it was still valuable to me to test with it and to get an opinion on it that I can share with you now. And that opinion is not really worth to get it, because you're not really going to be hunting anything physical. So honestly, just get the T0 destruction weapon and be happy with that, and that's sufficient. But yeah, with regards to choice weapons, yeah, Drachiku, very, very good. Obviously, you really want the Drachiku. You really want the Cobra BO at level 250 if you can get it. And then realistically, you also want the Moon Spade at 250. Also really incredible. But that one is very hard to get your hands on at the moment. So good luck. Hey, question, is it even worth doing Ship Monsters Beastiary as low at 150 level EK, or is it better to just focus on normal response hunts till my GFP? Yeah, so level 150 EK, I personally don't really bother with much Beastiary around that level. I do indeed just maybe finish off some of my missing Beastiaries that I would normally hunt anyway and just do it faster. So on like a level 150 EK, what you could consider going is like Edron Orc cults, for example, and focus the fanatics there, which usually go very slow, for example. Yeah, I don't think I'd be going like really shit stuff on that level. You're kind of too slow to make it efficient enough. I would rather be doing like semi-hunts still at that level. Personal opinion though. I want to say I really appreciate all the guides. You have inspired me to try out monks. Awesome. Well, I hope it doesn't get nerfed as soon as you try it. As I've always been saying, I personally expect another nerf on the 10th of June, but hopefully, even if it does come, which I guess it will, it's not going to be too significant. Anyway, I hope you enjoy your monk journey. I'm really enjoying mine so far. We've got 21. How would you pronounce this weapon? EP, right? EP. I've got 21 of those in 21 minutes. That's 60 an hour. One every minute on average. Crazy. The profit is actually kind of nice for a Beastiary spot as well. What kind of nerfs are you expecting? I'm expecting nerfs to the sustain, and I'm expecting nerfs to the chained penance damage. Those are the two I would bet on. I would bet on the reduction of the sustain, scaling from the casting spells that the monk has, and the chained penance base damage. Those are the two I'm anticipating. And those are the two I would make if I was the game developer. What will Tipsoft do? No idea. Right. They may even say that it doesn't need a nerf. We'll see. But as I was saying yesterday, my big conspiracy theory is that they are holding off the teasers for the summer update because they want to release the first one alongside the monk nerf to distract people from the nerf. First teaser plus the monk nerf on the 10th of June. I'm telling you. I don't think that's that much of a conspiracy theory, but that's what I think. No outburst cooldown reduction gems. I think Tipsoft is wanting to encourage using the momentum tiers in the helmet, because I think that's going to be quite interesting. If you go, I think. If you go to Outburst Wheel, you probably want to go heavy into like the Focus Harmony and Focus Serenity. So what you do is, if you're going for the Outburst Wheel, you also get the upgraded Greater Gems on the Focus Harmony, which give you like 1% momentum each. So that's 2% momentum if you have a couple of those gems. and then you tier your helmet, and if you have like tier 3 outburst, then you probably will be able to use it every 12 seconds with the momentum procs, right? Or often anyway. Really? Is it that bad? Tier 3 is like 16 seconds, isn't it? So you need 2 procs every 12 seconds. Is that, how unlikely is that? I've never used momentum. There's 6 chances, so you need it to happen twice in 6 chances. So you need like 33%. I guess you don't have that much. I guess you don't get anywhere near that much. I mean, you need 2 procs, right? All right. Yeah, 33%. Okay, all right. Kusnier, give the idea to tips for all the NPC that buy items and see items in your depot, so that we don't have to make a. You want to, I mean, that is a quality of life change, Buto, but I think that's too OTS like, personally. I don't think that's getting implemented. I don't, stop being lazy and just do it. I don't know if you're saying that to me, like stop being lazy and make the post and suggest it to Tipsoft, or if you're saying that to the guy, be like, stop being lazy and go sell your loot. Could work both ways. Could work both ways. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like that is a. I mean, I'll be honest. Like when I play OTS and they have those NPCs which like buy everything, it's like, oh my god, it's so convenient. You just go to your hunt, you go straight to the NPC, you sell your whole backpack, and it's GG, and it's great. But it does feel like an OT kind of feature. I don't know if that makes sense to have in real Tibia, to be honest. It feels a little bit too OT-like, you know? Yeah, I understand. I understand that's what you want, but that's still very strong, right? You just go to the gin once and you sell it all. I don't know. At that point, nobody would ever sell gin loot on the market and stuff, and there'd be like no value in people buying up the items and selling them themselves for you. Yeah. I just sell stuff on the market myself. Right? I do not go to green gin ever. I always just sell green gin stuff on the market and let other people, you know, make the whatever profit they want. Probably botting doing it. I don't bother selling that shit. But like going to Yasir and Rashid and stuff. For Rashid, you just wait for Sunday till he's in Carlin, and then you basically do have the depot access. I never sell Rashid unless he's in Carlin. And Blue Gin is close enough and has fairly light loot. That doesn't take that long to take anyway. I get it. It's a quality of life feature. It's for lazy people. I mean, I wouldn't be super sad if they did it, but it does feel a little bit too OT like. I don't think it's happening. 10 GP below. I usually go 100 GP below myself, and that sells always. I don't think I've ever had something not sell during the 30 days, which is mental to me. It must be bots, right? It must be people like setting up a bot that go to sell all the loot. I just don't see. I cannot believe that somebody would do it manually. Looks like about 850 war golems per hour, if anybody wondered. So just over an hour for a whole Beastiary from 0 here. Pretty nice. Fair enough, Tiger. I wouldn't really waste my time searching market for deals like that. But fair enough. I guess somebody's got to do it. Thank you for this. Thank you for your service, Tiger.
Walking down the streets that we used to know, hearing all the voices of past hellos.
Did you finish the Sharks? Do you mean Terror Sleeps? I finished Terror Sleeps like a couple weeks ago, I think. Anything efficiency is your drug. Fair enough, but is that efficient? Is that efficient? I suppose it feels to me like searching for deals like that on the market. If you have nothing else to do, great. But overall, it's always better to go and hunt and make 1kk, 2kk per hour hunting than looking for a quick platinum coin on the market. Like I said, if you're already going there and you have a system where you very quickly find the deals, maybe fine, that makes sense. But I would never bother. My efficiency, my freakness for efficiency comes more from hunting and experience than profit making. I'm not that bothered. I'm not that bothered about saving a few K here and there or making a few more K here and there. That's why I'm using USPs always on the monk. Should theoretically be dropping down to GMPs in a bunch of spaces, but you know, I don't care. Based on magic level, you probably want to make sure you have at least like 30 magic levels, so that when you're using the runes at this like level 30 or so, you want to be using, yeah, so you want to get to like magic level 30, but after that, it's all about the fist. Efficiency is buying a level 2,500 and profit farming. No, but maybe buying a level 700 and profit farming, or a level 400 monk and profit farming. Yeah, it's not going to be worth to buy such a high level. The investment is never going to pay for itself. The profit that you make daily, you're probably losing the value of the character. Fair enough, Tiger. That's it. If you're already going, fair enough. I go to the gym about once every 3 months or so. Not a very common occurrence for me. At magic level until 30 and then fist. I would say that is a good approach, yeah. Where is this spawn? First time I see it. So this is in Yalaha, and you need to, it's let's see, it's this cave here, this one here. All right, it's like south and down, and you go down a few floors, and then you have to use 4 gear wheels to enter. You need to like give 4 gear wheels to this machine, and then you can enter. Yeah, this is like my, I knew this place existed, and I knew this was the best place for war golems, but I think this is my first time like ever being here. Yeah, it's kind of a bit of a niche respawn. I think this was probably an okay respawn when Yalaha came out. Because I think the war golems were nerfed pretty heavily with the profit that with the loot they drop, right? I feel like they were dropping like items like every single kill and stuff to start with. I feel like they were real profit machines, you know, many years ago. It doesn't feel like that as much these days. I mean, I'm still making good profit, right? I'm still making 700-ish K per hour. How many charm points do you have? 8,700 at the moment. Oh, and yeah, they dropped this outfit, right? The mount item, the golden, the tin. Is it the tin key? Is that the one? All right, yeah. Okay, well maybe we get lucky enough. The rusty armor was nerfed. They used to shit out crown armors. I see. Okay. I didn't really play that much around, and I think Yalahar may have been like the last update I did play, but I didn't really hunt here. Better to... The war golems is the only one that I'm missing, okay? I have all the other golems. Yes, if you need all the other golems, it's better to go Oramond Braid or Oramond Catacombs when the golems are active. But if you have only war golems, no, you cannot make this many war golems in the other respawns. I bought this character, okay, and he only misses war golems. He has everything else. So this is by far the most efficient way of doing this. And I'm not going to be doing the Walker Beastiary ever, so don't care about that one either. From what I remember, Oramond Catacombs is around 200 war golems per hour. I remember it took me like, I think almost 5 hours to do it there. Here I'm doing now on Rapid, I'm doing, what, 850 per hour, so about 4 times as fast. Sure, if I needed worker golems and glue golems and whatever, then it would be better to do it in Oramond. But if I just need war golems, you will not convince me that there's a better place than just this. There isn't. Oh, only 32 raids to do the walker. Wow, only 32 raids. Well, that is very fast. Guess I better get started. I think I may run out of cap. I think I'm gonna add gold coins to my loot list so I stop picking them up for now. I think we're gonna run out of cap before I finish the Beastiary. Otherwise, get some Lizard Nobles in, yeah. Apparently you don't need Rapid for those, you know. Apparently they have a really fast respawn rate, even on 1x. Apparently you don't actually need Rapid for those. Or so I'm told, anyway. Not that I'm gonna do those ever. How big was the sustain effect and harmony healing, actually? Didn't even think about that one. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the bug fix that they did the other day? What are you talking about, Tiger, exactly? Are you talking about the nerf that we had to sustain at one point? Are you talking about the bug fix that we had in the bug fix? Honestly, I don't know. Because I didn't. The only time I've used the sustain virtue is when I was doing like Falcon and Cobra accesses and I was running through the bastions and stuff. That was like the only time I used them, so I don't really know. But there was some sort of issue. I mean, Tom on my Discord like investigated it and raised it. I think that it was. All I know is that it was healing less under certain circumstances. How significant it was, I don't know. But maybe, yeah, maybe the virtue of sustain will be like the go-to in like harder respawns at some point. It's kind of hard for me to imagine that you would give up so much power for the other virtues just for a little bit of survivability. But maybe you know which stage is on deep links. I do not. I'm assuming it's stage 3. It's almost always stage 3. It's almost never stage 1, and stage 2 is only like, is it 5 days? So 20% of the time. 16% of the time. So it's very likely stage 3. Yeah, if you get trapped, sustain virtue is good, yes, of course. If you have the reaction times and the clarity of mind to switch to it, it's good. But I think most people probably don't. Today is day 1 out of 5, so it's gonna be stage 3 the whole weekend basically. About mouse, is your scimitar wired or wireless? I use wired mice. I know they've got a wireless one. You know what? I'm just like paranoid about the mouse running out of battery. I don't know. You know, wireless technology is fine, but if I have an option of having something wired and it doesn't come with like a massive issue with like logistical issue, whatever setup issue for me. You know, having a wired mouse, you know, I play on a desktop on a big PC, just goes through the hole in my desk to the computer. It's no problem for me to have a wired mouse. So I'd rather have a wired mouse. If I was playing on like a laptop or something and I was moving around a lot, then yeah, then I would go for a wireless one. But generally speaking, I trust wired technology a little bit more than wireless. You know, that it's gonna disconnect, I'm gonna run out of battery, whatever, right? So for me, if I'm playing on a desktop in a stable, static environment, I prefer to go for wired. I'm sure the wireless one is fine though. I'm sure it's got no problems. Looks like we need about another 15 minutes or so at War Golems. So what next? Anything in Yalahar that's like a reasonable experience that we can do. Well, here we're doing 2.2 raw, which is kind of like the minimum I'd really like to do on Rapid. But I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Yalahar is boosted on Nevia today, so I'm kind of seeing if there's anything that makes sense here. There's definitely a few monsters that I would like to do here, like the Crazed Beggars. Not very much experience though. I think I have everything else here that gives reasonable experience. Grim Reapers, yeah, I have Grim Reapers done. The longer you wait, the less relative experience it is. Yes, but I also care more about staying on top of experience at the moment because it's of how early in the monk's lifespan it is, right? Right now, I'm still kind of competing to be in like the top 20. You know, a year from now, I'm gonna chill out and not really care, you know? Right now, I'm still like trying to burn boost and stuff every single day, so I still kind of care about experience. But that attitude's gonna run out eventually, so. Beastiary, yeah, I'm doing Beastiary, of course. So I'm thinking of like strong monsters in Yalahar, where I haven't finished the Beastiary. I'm not sure if there is anything else. We have 1,000 Elder Worms. So if I want to do it over the weekend, I need to do about 500 a day to complete Elder Worms. When I was doing the Elder Worms are best in Warzone 4 on Rapid, I was doing it on my Paladin, like I think last Rapid. And you can do up to like 800 elder worms if you focus them on Warzone 4. But I also have chasm spawns. It's chasm, right? Someone told me last time, I think it's chasm, not chasm. I've got chasm spawns also to do. So maybe we'll do a bit of Warzone 4 afterwards. Maybe like, yeah, 500 elder worms today, 500 elder worms tomorrow, 500 elder worms on Sunday. Something like that. I don't think I'm up to doing it for like 2.5 hours straight. Be boring. 800 elder worm per 1 hour. Yes. So in Warzone 4, you have like 3 elder worm clusters next to each other, which are like 5-6 elder worms each. So if you literally just map click from one to the other, you can do about 800 per hour. Yeah. Only on rapid, obviously. Hey man, currently rushing among. Got it at 6k charms. Currently skill 6327. First on magic level train. I do a little. If this is the sort of playthrough you're doing, I would get a little bit more magic level. I'd maybe burn like one extra magic level one, 8 hour, this double. It'll probably get you to like magic level 35 or so, and then just go for fist otherwise. You made your Elder Worm at Oramond raid. I've got all the Oramond raid Beastiaries, so I'm not really going to go there just for Elder Worm. And anyway, I have to say, you guys really recommending Oramond raids a lot. I really don't like those respawns. I really, really do not like the mechanics of how they work, how they get active, how they stop being active. I go there, I do my Beastiaries, I do my Minotaur Invader, I do my Gloof Anemone, whatever, and I never go there again because I really, really do not like the way those respawns work. What about hell spawns? Well, hell spawns I've got done from Asuras and Plague Smiths. Do I have Plague Smiths done? I have 12,000 Plague Smiths apparently. I don't know what this guy was hunting. I guess prison, maybe. But no, don't need those. Brain deaths. Brain deaths are better in Liberty Bay, no? That cave. I feel like I might skip Yalahar from now. Like this is a good one. I'm glad I came here for the war golems, but I think this will probably be it. "15-minute sessions when you had nothing better to do." Yeah, fair enough. If you have like a fairly casual approach to it, I guess the raids can work. I just avoid that place. I don't like it. I don't like the way it works. Oh shit. Wolf Geomancer and Berigar Mines. That's an interesting idea. I'm not sure I'm up for it, but thank you for the suggestion. That is a pretty good one. Generally for boosted Yalahar and Rapid, that is a good suggestion. I'll keep that in mind. Flimsies, got Flimsies. Is Flimsies Yalahar? What? Is it? At what level do you stop using runes? On my second monk that I did a proper playthrough with, I stopped using runes at level 50. Once I had 50 and I had the new level 50 weapon plus Flurry of Blows, I felt like I didn't need to use the runes anymore. I still carried some sometimes. For example, when I went to Roaring Lions in Lion's Rock, I still used a few runes on the Ancient Scarabs now and then. But generally speaking, by level 50, your rune usage goes down a lot. Okay, good to know about the Dwarf Geomancers. If I ever need them, I'll go there. I don't even have them discovered. So I have guards, soldiers, and regular dwarves done, but I don't even have a single Geomancer. So yeah, that sounds like Yalahar Berigar Mines will definitely be better for what I need to do eventually. Worm at 50 and Waters at 60. Is there any better route? Not really. If you care about experience, that is probably the best. Lion's Rock is very good if you can get it solo. It's a lot easier than Worms as well. The problem with Worms, while they're the best, they are pretty hard, okay? Be warned that they are pretty hard at that level 50. Lion's Rock would be same EXP as Worms. I think it's like 8 to 10% worse. Which is not a lot, but if you don't die there because it's much easier, then it's better, right? If you don't die there, only 1 or 2 deaths at Worms, and it's probably better to go Lion's Rock instead. It's just that kind of consideration. But Worms do technically have higher ceiling, and also Worms is just 1 monster. So if you want to go for a prey, that is also cheaper with the Worm versus Roaring Lions or whatever they're called, and the Ancient Scarabs. That's a 2 monster spawn in Lion's Rock. But yeah, water elementals at 60, you're just crushing them. It's very, very good. The sweep and takedown, just like blow them up. I mean, going to the water elementals at level 60 was super fun for me. Like, the experience was insane for a level 60. Imbies wouldn't work. Yeah, no, they wouldn't. If you used it below the level 60. Where do you recommend level 100 monk EXP during rapid? I don't think it really changes drastically. I would go like Carlin Cults or something, would be very fun. But I don't think it really alters very much where you should go. It's just everything is just going to be a little bit better. Yep, Corum's very, very good. Early level. This chain from level 70, it's huge game changer. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's probably the biggest break point the monk ever gets. But already, even at level 60 with the sweep and takedown, if you use that every few turns, it's already very, very powerful if you time it right in the big pulls and stuff. So yeah, the chain though is really great as well, obviously. Do you know if Salt Animus stays on the character after being rooked? Yes, it does. I did a few Animus masteries before I rooked my character that I used for the monk, and they all stay. It's all fine. Do you think all respawn rates in Tibia should be increased? Kind of works as a cap right now to keep high level, blah, blah, blah. They already did increase respawn rates a few years ago. They were, believe it or not, they were even slower. I think it's okay as it is. I think it gives rapid respawn a nice little feel to it. And I think if they keep increasing the respawn rates, it's not going to be as nice to have the rapid respawn, which I think is a really nice event. And also, yeah, like you say, they do it to keep out the high levels, right? Run out a bit of cap. Run out of cap. Doesn't really matter too much. We only need 26 more. So no, I don't think that they should be really increasing the respawn rate. I don't think there's that much need for it. What's my keyboard delay? I think it's 160. I don't know whether that's the best. I haven't played around much with it. I tried to lower it one time, and I think I lowered it to like 60 ms or something, and I felt like I was being pushed back sometimes. I'd press the key and I'd try to move, but the server wouldn't register it. I don't know if that makes sense, if that's how it works. But I felt like having it too low kind of didn't feel very good, and 160 seems okay to me. You have gold converter. True. Oh, Jesus. Using gold converter on an old server. Oh. Oh, almost done. That's gonna be 125 points already today. Siema, siema. All right, we'll be done after this. Oh, there's a bone breaker there that I can't loot because I don't have any cap. There we go, we got it now. All right, that's it now. That's the third bestiary. And so yeah, for somebody who's asking where this spawn is, you should pay attention now. You've got these machines here that you can use, and they eat or use gear crystals. And then you can go into here and go inside and hunt the war golems. And this is the respawn here. Not exactly 1,000 kills, all I know. Inefficient, right? Gear wheels, not crystals. Yes, gear wheels, gear wheels. 4 gear wheels you need. Were you born in UK, English-speaking country, or you just have a really clean accent despite speaking Polish too? So I moved to the UK, to England, when I was 12 years old with my mum. And I lived there for a very long time. And yeah, I integrated pretty well, learned the language, and thankfully I was still young enough that my accent was able to be shaped pretty well. So yeah, that's all. So I am Polish, but I spent a bunch of time living in the UK. Off to work. All right, bye bye, Tiger. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the sub. You just have to exit by the turtle. You're gonna be all right. Just yeah, to lose PZ, you're gonna have to exit the game. There isn't really anywhere where you can lose it otherwise. Or go invisible if you have stealth ring or something. All right, I'm gonna need a few minute break to go to the toilet, get some water, grab a quick snack, and then we'll be back on it in a few minutes. Okay? Stay tuned. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay?
Been right here for a long time. I've seen your dreams in the night sky. You know I want you to be mine. But you won't make it that easy. You're not the type to fall in deep. You know that really you want me. I'll take a risk now. Just let it go and don't fall down. I hope you know that my heart is yours. Never let go. Sitting amongst the stars, I fell
Okay, I'm slowly getting back. Welcome back, everybody. Gonna make myself a quick coffee as well. And let's just decide where we're gonna go next, actually. It's real quick. I think this seems kind of good. I kind of want to check out Carlin cults as well. I'm gonna see if Carlin cults and cults callers are free. I think I'd like to do that first. Somebody might be hunting Nedo. Let's try it though. Let's try it. Yeah, I definitely want to finish those guys. Those guys as well. Probably not those guys yet. And we have vicious guys done. Yes, we've got those done. Hero. Okay, all right. Let's go Carlin then. Maybe progress some of that. That should be okay experience as well, right? Let's see. I need a key. Do I have the key? Empty. All right. You go find the key. Now, do I remember the number? Is it 3510? Oh, it'll be this one. 3520. All right. All right. Just gonna grab my coffee. On one of these. Keep me going for rapid. Quick energy boost. I hope you enjoyed that. All right, we're back. We're so back. Let's see. Okay, it doesn't look like I need to come in this room. I'm focusing scholars. Hydras and Oramond. The thing is about Hydras Oramond, the density there is actually kind of average. Like the monsters aren't that densely packed, you know? I don't know if it's gonna be that good, to be honest. Like it's not gonna be that much better than it would be otherwise. Maybe you could consider Deepling's library. Just the floor, the main floor. And like +1. That could be good. Could be a bit hard though. I'm not sure if it's not gonna be too hard. No. Are we overkilling on rapid? Let's see. No, I think maybe we're okay. This is very, very easy though. Let's give it 10 minutes and see what the pace we're killing at is, whether it's worth it. I actually need all of the monsters here. I need cult enforcers as well. I don't have very many of those. I do need to do it at some point. I guess focus scholars and see what that leaves us with for the enforcers. But it looks like there's a fair amount of enforcers here as well. Maybe it just makes sense to hunt here and just do everything here. Should probably be okay. Unfortunately, no renegades here, and we want to do some renegades as well. And vile grandmasters as well. None of those here, unfortunately. Thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Mavero. Appreciate it. Thank you. There won't be much difference if you do it outside of rapid respawn. What, for this? I don't... Yeah, but like the ultimate bottleneck though is the scholars, right? So yeah, sure I can do all the floors outside of rapid. But then the bottleneck is how quickly I'm going to do the scholars. which is going to be much slower if I'm doing like the other floor as well. And remember, I am like really quite high level now for this place. I'm like destroying everything. So I don't know that level -2 and -3 would be enough outside of rapid. Renegades and Vile Grandmasters, personally, I generally like to finish off an Edron on the lower level. I don't know. I'm just checking it out. I don't know. I don't know what the pace is here. Let's just give it a go and see. Experience looks okay. We're already at 1 KK raw 4 minutes in, so this will be another one of those over 2 KK raw experience, hopefully. But yeah, okay. All right, let's have a look at the analyzer already. 4 minutes in. And we have around the same amount of enforcers and scholars, actually. 40 each. So yeah, so I could do the enforcers and scholars here. The believers would happen as well. And approximately 2 hours or so, right? That's actually not too bad. And then I can do renegades and vile grandmasters. Just an Edron. I always found Edron -2 to be better for vile grandmasters. They have a slightly higher density there. Especially with rapid, if I just went and focused the grandmasters, I'm sure it would go pretty quickly as well. I don't think I have it in me to stay here for 2 hours though. I think I'm gonna stay here for like 1 hour today, finish the believers, progress the enforcers and scholars, and maybe do another hour tomorrow. Or maybe do like an hour this evening or something. But I don't think I can bring myself to hunt here for 2 hours straight. It's going to be too boring for me. That's how I usually approach rapid, you know. I do like 30 to 60 minutes in a spot. And then I move on. And if it means I have to do a spot like 3 times over the weekend, that's fine. But like staying at a spot like this for 3 hours, for me, I can't hack it. I can't hack it, boys. The mental is not strong enough. Do you have any source for damage calculations? No, not really. Like the damage calculations over the years in Tibia have become very complex, and there does not seem like there's any nice tool. There is a guy on my Discord server, Tom. He is probably the most knowledgeable person in the whole game around these sort of damage formulas and stuff, and he has like this Excel that he's put together, and he's done loads of testing. He probably has the best idea for like damage calculations. But just because of how many variables there are and stuff at the moment, I don't think anybody's up for like making a public facing tool for it at the moment. But yes, the guild stat one is kind of outdated. It doesn't account for stuff like wheel and gems and stuff, I think. And I don't even know if they have all the abilities there even. Or spells, I should say. Looks, yeah, okay, 7 minutes in, we have 70 of both. So yeah, it does look like it's about, probably, okay, it's 8 minutes now. So it probably looks like it's about 550 enforcers and scholars per hour. So yeah, just under 2 hours total for both of them. 50 points, it's not too bad. And the believers as well, I don't even have, so that's going to be another 25 as well. Yeah, this is a pretty good bestiary. Maybe I'll stay here until I've run out of capacity. I'm looting gold, so may as well stay here until I run out of capacity and then maybe go somewhere else afterwards. Not super profitable here though. It's the Renegades and the Vile Grandmasters which are profitable. They're the ones which drop all the crown sets and stuff, which is why it's not that profitable here, because there's not actually any of them here on this level. At least I'm burning through my Falcon Sai imbues. This is still the very first imbue I've ever put into the Falcon Sai. I've really not used it very much. So I was saying that like it's not that good in my opinion. I think I'm probably going to sell it once the imbues run out, maybe. I think I would almost prefer to have the Root Kraken weapon thingy for single target for bossing. Amber K something, whatever the item is called. It's difficult to pronounce. Did anyone see that? I just one-shot the Cult Enforcer with a basic attack. Just smacked him with my basic attack and he just one-shot him. That's funny. The basic attacks are very strong on the monk, and this is after like nerfing the bonus gain from the shrines as well. I was considering buying Falcon Sai for Warzone 4, but that would be the only spot really. Yeah. I mean, like Oramond West and stuff is like okay as well, but like you don't really hunt there very much. And it's not that good there compared to other vocations. So yeah, it's not really such a great item. Or maybe I should hold off and I should say it's a great item until I've sold it. And after I've sold it, I can share the honest truth. I feel like if I keep bitching about it, I'm not going to be able to sell it for any reasonable price. Hi, I have a question. Is it best to train the magic level or the fist fight? And if you had to choose, fist fight and overall is better, but you do want to have at least like a reasonable okay magic level to help with your sustain and the runes if you're low level. So I recommend training to like at least 30 magic level, maybe 35, and after that going for fist exclusively. That's kind of my approach. What charm are you doing there, Kusnier? What? Where? What are you talking about? Which charms am I using where? Are you asking which bestiaries I'm still missing here? Is that the question? Oh, you're asking about charms at a certain respawn. Any tips on where to hunt for profit during rapid respawn? 165. I don't know. I feel like Brimstone Bugs is probably still your best spot, even during rapid respawn. I don't know if anything that crazy profitable opens up on rapid for a level 160 paladin, to be honest. Brother, do you use a special key for looting or just left click? Yeah, I have a hotkey. I have a hotkey on F5. This is in-game settings. It was added in the previous update. Now you have a loot hotkey now. I just have it on F5, which is like very comfortable for me. I'm just spam it, you know, I run around and just press F5 at all times and just pick up and loot all the bodies. Yeah, I'm doing the Beastiary here. I'm doing all of them. I'm actually missing all of them. I haven't hunted Carlin cults almost at all. So I actually need all 3 of those, which is very efficient. Very efficient here. I even need the cult believers, so yeah. We're going to do about an hour here, maybe. Just to progress this, and I'll finish it tomorrow. You should do a video like best spots to charm in rapid. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a video is ultimately a good format for this kind of stuff, because stuff changes, right? Over time, rebalancing happens, new respawns get added. So I did want to do something like that by adding the Tibia Pal Beastiary reference. And it has like a rapid respawn section, but ultimately I don't think it's super popular, and I myself haven't kept it up to date as much as I should. And also there's too many variables, right? You have like what level you are, what vocation you are, that does impact all of it. So it's not, yeah, it's nice content, but it's kind of too dependent on a lot of factors for me to really make that content. I think there is like a Beastiary YouTuber though. I don't remember his name. Is it Xarkost or something like that? I always find a bunch of videos from him about rapid Beastiary. Is the enforced and the other one slow, or is it the same? So if you look at my analyzer now, the cult enforcer and cult scholars are basically the same. I have literally the exact same amount of them right now. Now I have one more of one of them, but it's basically the same. And it's about, it looks like it's about 520 to 550 of them per hour. So about 90 minutes, about 110 minutes, just under 2 hours for a full Beastiary here of cult scholars and cult enforcers. The little ones called believers, you do about even twice that. So about an hour for the whole Beastiary for those. But yeah, basically for the whole lot, you'll be here for about 2 hours, give or take. Dark cost, yeah. Scholars is slow. Scholars is definitely slowest outside of rapid, but right now it genuinely looks like you know, both of those are about the same. I have 135, 165 enforcers and 137 scholars, so it looks like it's basically the same. That's really nice for finishing them at the same time. The thing is, though, most people will have a more of the enforcers because most people hunt the higher levels, right? -2 specifically has enforcers and no scholars, and people do hunt that one a lot. So if you're an EK or a monk who's hunted here a while, you probably got enforcers already progressed quite a lot. So then the scholars are more important to you. But I haven't really hunted Carlin. I think I hunted Carlin codes for like 15-20 minutes total, so I don't have very many. Which is why for me it's nice that they are progressing at about the same rates, because I need both of them. So once I do the scholars here, I basically will have finished the enforcers and believers as well. And that means I've finished all the Carlin cult specific monsters, and I can just move on to you know, Edron for renegades and vile grandmasters. Yeah. What's the best virtue for Beastiary? Hello, Mercs. Gonna go with justice. I'm sure you needed to know that. Wise choice. Thank you. Thank you. Did the 24-hour offline train hit hard for you today, Mercs? As you can see, I scheduled mine pretty nicely. I logged in straight after server save with 4 minutes of offline training left. Are you proud of me? I really tried my hardest to use it as optimally as possible yesterday. Ah yes, the sanguine legs. I think it was probably worth it then. What is it? Is 12 hours of offline training like 1kk was worth of gold? Is that right? So if you do it very efficiently and you get 24 hours of offline training in on the Friday, double skill, 10 a.m. you've made like 1kk extra, right? Yeah, okay. Any suggestion where to finish regular monks on rapid? Well, the best spot is Falcon Castle, right? By the Perceptor Lazare or whatever his name is. Other than that, you've only got Edron on the way to Inquisition. And yeah, that's your answer. There's the, you know, the way to like Annihilator and Inquisition. You've got like these 4 or 5 rooms there with like priestesses and heroes and monks. That is your best place to do it. That's not Falcon Castle. I don't know what level you are. Falcon Castle might be a bit too difficult. Dark Cathedral has some monks, as far as I remember. Isn't it dark monks? Do they have regular monks as well? Obviously, they have dark monks. I don't remember if they have regular monks or not. Do they have both? Okay, fine. I thought they only had the dark ones. Mini bosses and falcons do not respawn faster during rapid respawn. No. Anything that goes into Beastiary or Beastiary. No, sorry. Anything that goes into Beastiary. So pharaohs, minis and falcons, cobras. None of that is affected by rapid respawn. Unlucky. No, Inquisition bosses don't spawn faster either. If like bosses spawn faster as well, then people would be focusing Beastiary over Beastiary, I think, largely. It's much harder to do like Inquisition bosses than it is to do like some Beastiaries. Is this already the sanguine legs for monk? The ones that I have in my backpack, yeah. Not the ones I'm wearing. The ones I have in my backpack here, that's the sanguine legs, yeah. Only need 38 more levels. Sanguine trousers, they called. The ones I'm wearing right now is the what they called? Mutated hide trousers. Those are the level 300 ones from the monster on Ingol. Do you think Monk has any chance of making Inferno of Catacombs good? I don't know. I said good like that. Good as a solo spawn. What's the element that you'd use there? Remind me. I think yes. As long as he has charms. I feel like you'd prefer to hunt there and get charms in a team. And then maybe it would be okay. I struggle to envision someone hunting there with no charms as a monk solo. That's the main problem, I think. Yeah, but that's why you really want the charms on them, right? Weak to earth. Yeah, I think it is possible. Look, I think it's definitely possible. I definitely think they will hunt there at a certain level. Maybe, you know, it'll be 1k, but they will hunt there. The question is whether it's actually going to be good results, and that's really hard to answer without actually giving it a go. I think it's possible that it's reasonable. I don't anticipate it being, you know, the best spot that they're going to have. But I do think it may be like a, you know, A- kind of tier. Around like level 1k or something. I think that's doable. It's possible, rather. Hey, spot to PG 220 RP other than Oramond West. Been there for the last 15 levels. We're hyenas, bro. We're hyenas, my friend. For the next 100 odd levels. Gloof bandits. I don't think Gloof bandits are that great for experience, are they? On a low-level paladin, they're probably okay, especially today. One of them's boosted, right? But I think they're mostly good for profit. Experience is okay. Were hyenas definitely much better for PG though. Big pozdro. Thank you. I have both of those done, so I won't be doing those today. I'm really happy. Arva, if you're still there, I'm really happy I bought the gold pouch. Collecting the gold, it's definitely already made up for quite a fair amount of the investment, but previously I wasn't collecting any. I think out of the 900 TC investment, I've probably already made like 100 TC back that I wouldn't have otherwise. And it's just going to be getting better and better, I guess, over time. How will your stamina look like after the rapid? You know what, chatter? So today I have a day off. Obviously, I took a day off for rapid. So I'm going to be playing a fair amount today, but not like a, you know, terrible, that much more. I'll probably play another couple of hours now. Then I'll probably play a couple of hours this evening once the kids have gone to sleep. But then it's the weekend, and I don't get to play that much on the weekend, you know. So I don't think my stamina will look all that bad. I expect by Monday morning I'm gonna have maybe 38, 39 hours or something. So don't worry about my stamina. It'll be fine. By Tuesday I'll be back to normal. Not expecting to make all that many Beastiaries. Rapid is my oh yeah, absolutely. Rapid is by far the most fun event. I love Beastiary and Charms anyway. It's my favorite event. I think the Exaltation Overload is quite an interesting idea. Quite an interesting event as well. I don't hate it, but it is mostly just more of the same, right? You still hunt the same spots, you're just a little bit more efficient. Whereas the Rapid really does allow you to hunt spots you wouldn't otherwise hunt, which I think is really cool. Anyway, if you've only just joined, we are up to 125 points so far. First, we finished off Soul Broken Harbingers together with the Thanacercises in Winter Court. That took about an hour and a half, maybe hour 40. And after that, we've done War Golems in Yalahar. As Yalahar is boosted today, I looked for some Yalahar stuff, and I needed the War Golems, so we did that. So that was another 25 points. I wish the profit here was a bit higher. Like look how little gold and loot those monsters drop. Like I am hunting here at full efficiency, 0 supplies used. I am collecting all the gold. I'm even collecting like the warhammers and stuff, and 200k loot per hour. That's nothing. It's really, really garbage. This place is really, really terrible for loot. I really think that the cult scholars and cult enforcers should be dropping a bit more loot. Like, it's not... I don't know why they drop so little. Question about Serene State. And here is a quote from Tibia Wiki. Monks almost always achieve the state, but will lose a party members nearby, and if they have 6 or more monsters adjacent to them. Who are they, monk or party members? The monk. It's about the monk. If the monk has 6 adjacent monsters and the monk is in the party, so both of those have to be true, then they lose the Serene State. When you're solo hunting, you're always in Serene State, don't worry. You 2 used to gain to like 1.5 kk profit per hour? Yeah, I guess so. It's like my baseline now is like 1 kk profit per hour. If I don't get 1 kk profit per hour, I'm like, this is garbage, you know? Why am I even here? Yeah. All the other hard stuff pretty easy to farm during rapid. I mean, all the Jinns, elves. Yeah. Yalahar is the first city that's like really dense and stuff, right? Yeah, I'm not that bothered about doing much more in Yalahar. I was doing it. I wanted to do some like high experience spots this event. Like here we're doing 2kk raw, which I think is okay. Like that's not great, but it's something. Right? At least I am still making a little bit of experience. But I do think I will probably fall behind in experience this rapid because I'm not going to be getting that many levels. At 2kk raw per hour and no stamina, it's gonna be a long time before I get some levels. How long did the golems take you? I was doing 850 per hour war golems. So I guess the full Beastiary from 0 is about 1 hour 10 minutes or so. 1 hour 15. How many Oramond points do I need to be able to access Blue Bandits? 300. 300. Do you think there's OP? You can stay serene all the time as long as you're near a wall. I mean, why would that be? Why would that be OP? It's just that. Okay, so I guess what you need to understand or think about is what is the purpose of the Serene State. Okay, the purpose of the Serene State isn't actually to like nerf the monk or make him weak or whatever. It may seem that way at first, but the purpose of the Serene State is there's one purpose and one only. It's to prevent the monk from being the main tank of a team hunt. They don't want the monk to replace the EK, and that's it. That's all. That's why they added this Serene State, so that the monk cannot stand in the middle of the box and replace the EK, and so that EKs are not useful at all. That's it. And that's why they have this limitation. Golem raid in Catacombs is kind of fast Beastiary, right? Yep. It's about 5 hours for like all golems at that point. From 0. Except it's pretty rarely the golem raid, so if it ever is, then make sure to use it and do those Beastiaries. I like the Minotaur raid as well. It's almost a shame that the demon raid thingy is so good, because you then don't ever really get the golems or the minotaurs, but they're both very good. I wonder how much EXP you can get in a duo. I think the duo monk is just fine. I just don't think many people have... Duo in general is just not that good in modern Tibia. But yeah, I think the monk definitely works in a duo. Ironically, you'd probably want it with the EK tanking and the monk kiting around and doing damage and doing some healing as well. If you're going to be duo hunting with EK RP, you don't even need to be by the wall. You kind of act more like a mage, you know, running around the EK, throwing your waves and stuff at the monsters. Of course, you can stand by the wall, but generally speaking, standing by the wall is not super efficient. And it's not the optimal way to play. Bones Ingle. Yeah. Sure, it's possible. On PvP servers, the people vote Minotaurs to prevent opposition hunting there. I mean, you can do that on non-PvP as well if you like, you know, hate the leading guild or whatever. You can just troll and vote something else in. Still happens every now and then. I don't think it's the end of the world if it happens a few times a year, just so people get a chance to do the golem and Minotaur Beastiary. I think it's fine. Although, of course, people hunting Oramond catacombs get very upset when that happens. Question, where was that War Golems respawn where you was hunting before? It was Yalahar. It was just look for War Golem on Tibia Wiki, the English one, and it's the first respawn that they talk about where they are. It's like level 40 plus, and it has a little map of how to get there. And you need 4 gear wheels to enter. And you can always just rewind the VOD, right? If you're watching on YouTube, I can see you watching on YouTube. You can just rewind the stream to where I left or where I entered it to get an idea. Have you made a general opinion about Monk after 400 levels? A general opinion? My overall opinion is I think it's great and it plays very, very well. It's very, very fun to play. That's my main opinion. I think the power level is irrelevant really because that's just going to change. But the feel is great. Monk good. Sorcerer bad. Yes, that is a crude way of putting it. But yes, Monk is feels very, very fun to play. I really enjoy the moment-to-moment gameplay of the Monk. Much more so than basically any other vocation. For me, the EK is the closest, and I always enjoyed playing the EK the most. And this is even more fun and my type of playstyle. I didn't like the staticness of the EK when you were stuck in a box. This is like an EK that doesn't need to stand for the box, you know? It gets to run around casting his spells. Very, very fun for me. How do you have 4 Feroxa kills if Monk was released 2 months ago? This was a rooked character, Swovatsky. And Beastiary and Beastiary stay even if you rook. So I bought a level 400 Paladin off the market before the Monk was released. And I rooked it. Yeah, you know all about that, don't you? Yeah, I rooked it. I had like 6,000 charm points to start with and like 3,000 Beastiary. So yeah, there was 3 Feroxas, I think. I think I've only done 1. I think this is... When was the Monk released? Like 8th of April? So I guess you could have done 2 Feroxas already, right? If you really rushed for the first Feroxa on the 13th of April. But no, I only did the one in May. I'm planning to finish it in a week. I'm actually... The Feroxa is one thing, but what I'm really looking forward to do is finishing the Were Crocodiles. Definitely going to be focusing that hard. And, I'm going to be focusing that hard in the next full moon. Friday the 13th. Ooh, I hope it's before the evening, because that's also it's also the date of the next Path of Exile League launch. So I hope Ferox is done and dusted by the time the Path of Exile League starts. Don't want to be late for that. It should be, right? Ferox is usually like what? In my experience, it's usually like what, 4, 5, 6 p.m. or so. It's usually before like the evening, isn't it? Honestly, they should just remove Greater Flurry of Blows and Flurry of Blows and make monks use avalanches every second turn. Mercs, how dare you even suggest such an abomination? All right, that would make me quit the monk. That would definitely make me quit the monk. I love the monk because I don't have to use goddamn runes. Okay, if you stuff runes into the monk, I'm quitting for good. What's your 3 favorite builds on PoE1? So probably my all-time favorite build is Flicker Strike. I'm a big Flicker Strike player. I make guides for Flicker Strike. I think it's awesome. Really have fun playing it. Second of all, I like minion builds. So all sorts of variety of minion builds I like. Usually just the standard Necromancer, Zoomancer, you know, skeletons, raise zombies, specters, and all that good stuff. Although I do enjoy like the occasional specter build, or I really enjoyed a golem build some years ago. It's no longer really viable, but there was a golem build I really enjoyed some years ago. And the third build that I really enjoyed at some point was Essence Drain Contagion. Like when that was good and strong, that was great. I really did enjoy that. Unfortunately, not very strong these days, but yeah, that was a very fun build to play as well. Those were probably my top 3. But there's plenty of builds I've enjoyed over the years, though. Still sane? Nope. By the time PoE servers are stable, it'll be Saturday morning. You say that, but I don't think it's been too bad. The past few Path of Exile 1 launches. I guess it's possible that this launch will be tricky because there's going to be, I expect, more players than usual due to this is the first league since the Path of Exile 2 launch, right? So there's probably a lot of new players who are going to give Path of Exile 1 a go, coming from Path of Exile 2. But generally speaking, the league launches over the past couple of years have not been too bad, right? I don't recall them being too bad. Path of Exile 2 launch was obviously tricky. That one went a bit, but that's to be expected, I think. But Path of Exile 1 league launches have been pretty solid, pretty stable for a few leagues, I think. Monk rebalance idea. Make Monk unable to cast any offensive spells until you've used 1000 Avalanche since last server save. Well, I'm glad you're not in charge of the balancing at Sipsoft. Unless it's you, Liamas. That is not based. That is not based. That is the opposite. It's unbased. No. Nuh-uh. It's not. It is not based. It is absolutely not a based idea. Why you have all this magic level if you're not going to use it to kill monsters? Okay, I agree. Let's add a secondary scaling to the spells with magic level. Yeah, I like the way you think, Mercs. Maybe you and I can get along just fine after all. In my opinion, they should remove free Imbue slot on weapons. They can do that. I don't think it's as important on the monk. Like I was talking about this a little bit earlier in the stream. That, you know, on the EK, having the free imbue weapon slot is like a huge power spike. You get your free imbue slot, a free imbue weapon, and you are set, you are happy. On the monk, yeah, sure, it's nice, but I don't really find it, you know, that amazing or that useful. You know, the Inferniarch claws at level 300 were just fine with 2 imbue slots. So I don't know that that's going to be like such a massive nerf. It's not as noticeable on the monk, the 3 imbue slots, I find. Still nice, obviously. We're gonna stay here for 10 more minutes, I think, just so we get 500. We're gonna try and get 500 full scholars in this hunt, I guess, if you call it that. And then we're gonna go somewhere else. I can't face these for much longer. And we'll finish off another 500 maybe tomorrow. You're okay with that nerf? I also play monk. Yeah, it's not too bad. That wouldn't be too bad of a nerf. Like, it's just weird though. Like, what would happen? I don't know. I personally just think they're going to gut the passive virtue healing, or at least, yeah, just gut it in some way. Either just remove it or lower the scaling, because I don't think this virtue healing is that big of a deal early. You know, I don't feel like the level 20s are like over healing and just full of health and love and life due to the passive virtue healing, but it does become very, very powerful as you get like higher and higher levels. So I think they may just lower like the magic level and level scaling on the virtue healing. That is going to already solve and take away a lot of power from the monk, and probably solve a lot of the problems as well with the zero supply hunts. You got the damage. I think the damage is okay. I think the damage actually, maybe a tiny bit on the damage, but I don't think the damage is that big of a problem. A little bit. Maybe it's a little bit overtuned. I think chain is probably the only one that's a little bit high. Lower the damage of chain by like 10% and you're probably fine damage wise. Is the sustain that makes it so oppressive, I think. How much HP do you get at the moment from the Harmony healing? I don't know. And it's not Harmony healing, it's the Virtue healing, right? I don't know. I've never really really looked. I'm always at full health. So it's kind of hard to check at this point. Yeah, exactly. I think the scaling is probably too strong on it. Like, I did not notice the virtue passive healing being that strong early on, but now I really notice it. Yeah, I'd have to remove vampirism. I will do a little test at some point if I remember, but yeah, it's certainly strong. I do think that is my #1 guess for what's getting the nerf bar on Tuesday. By the way, Mercs, do you agree with my conspiracy theory that Tipsoft is holding back on the teasers so that they can drop the mother of all nerf bats on Tuesday to the monk, and then 20 minutes later they'll release the first teaser to like bury the news and for people not to cry as much about the nerf because they'll be interested in the teaser. That's my theory. What do you think? I'm dreading that nerf the Tuesday, I have to say. I would be shocked if there isn't one. Like, I am honestly putting the odds of a nerf on Tuesday at like 90%. I really think it's very, very likely. And I also do think that's probably going to be the first teaser on Tuesday as well. The teaser needs to be very good. Maybe they'll immediately drop like the best in slot items or something. Or mention what they're going to be, or some new mechanics. Oh, God knows. God knows. We'll have to see. But I think they're going to try and bury the teaser, bury the nerf under the teaser a little bit. All right, fine. Let's try and lose a bit of health then. Lose a bit of health, and let's test the spender first, right? Probably need to lose a bit. Okay, so let's see how much we're gonna heal through a spender. 293. So not actually a crazy amount. 166 through chain. 161 through greater flurry of blows. 166 through chain. 140 through flurry of blows. 174 through chain. So at this level, looks like it's about, maybe after you average out, it's about 200 per attack turn. So 100 per second healing through the virtues. Give or take. Is that a lot? Feels like kind of a lot, but doesn't actually feel like insane. I think that coupled with the fact that the monk is so mobile and just avoids a bunch of damage, that's why it's so strong, right? A new service heavily skewed to the monks? I don't think so, you know. They probably, maybe like a tiny bit, but nowhere near as much as I was personally anticipating. Wait, does the monk virtue healing passive removes paralyze? I never thought about it. Is that true? I guess that makes sense. Is that why I never really feel like I'm paralyzed? I remember I hunted Oramond West a bit, and I was like, huh. This is kind of easy. Now I understand why. Of course. Okay, that is that. I guess that's intentional, but that's that is a very nice little perk of it that I didn't really account for. Huh. And it heals the team as well, right? The lowest level. It's weird. The healing is like, this is the part I think the monk is a little bit overtuned with. It's just they wanted to add this nice little mechanic of like a little bit of passive healing and stuff. And it's just too strong. Did you see Lee on Sea Serpents when it was boosted last week? He could hunt at level 60 as if he was a mage 120. I didn't see it, but yeah, Sea Serpents seem like a good respawn for the monk as well. Weak to physical. At that level, you do a lot of physical damage when you have your sustain. Yeah, cool. I'm really glad that you told me about this fact that it removes paralyze. I didn't really think about it, but you know, now that you mention it, I don't recall like ever getting like paralyzed on the monk or being struggling with paralyze. Now I think I know why. I was going to make Plague Seal a bit more comfortable to hunt as well, I guess, for the monk. He was using Psi for Energy Bond. Really? How is the Sea Serpent? Oh, I don't think I can check. I thought they were weaker to physical, but maybe it's not. Maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe it's because all the EKs back in the day had to use physical because they didn't have anything else. Maybe energy is better. You think Lion Claws are better than Inferniarch? No, I would rather use Inferniarch. We need 23 more cult scholars, and we'll take a break from this spot. Maybe we'll do Edron Heroes for a bit. Get the Renegades going and Vile Grandmasters. What is the difficulty with tanking Bakragor? Is it the sustain? I don't know, right? I don't do content like that. So is that actually valuable that the monk has this much sustain? Is that the bottleneck, let's say, or the main critical path on killing Bakragor, or the sustain on the blocker, on the tank? Is that going to be an actual significant bonus? Yeah, Lion Claws compared to the Inferniarch is like defensive versus offensive, right? If you're really struggling somewhere, then the Lion Claws are nice because they make everything a lot easier. But yeah, the Inferniarch overall, definitely a lot more damage and so more experience. All right, fair enough. I guess the monk has a fairly high HP pool as well, just like the paladin. All right, let's do one finish off the lap and yeah, something else. Bakragor 11% weakness to earth. Nice. But I don't know how much damage the monk will actually be able to put out. I guess he'll be able to put out good damage with the chain, right? He can, even if he's staying like 1-2 SQM away from Bakragor, he can still be slapping him with the chain, right? Yeah, okay, cool. I think monk is just overloaded with passive buffs right now. Like damage reductions, healing, buff to stats. I don't think they're going to touch the playstyle myself. I think the abilities will function in a similar way. They'll just be trying to remove a little bit of power from them. I think the playstyle will stay like this. All right, 504 scholars, 502 enforcers, 1,000 believers in 58 minutes. But yeah, just under 2 hours for like full Beastiary here, in case anyone's wondering. Oh. I do have hunting task on Renegades for like weeks, so I kind of want to finish this off so I can pick up some new hunting tasks. So we're probably going to go to Edron -3 and try and progress. Oh, interesting. Someone's literally going there to take over from me now. That's funny. Good timing. Hello, Kusnier. Did you notice that someone created a Tibia monk website? No, I have not. Is it any good? Cover ad? Yeah, maybe. Although I've seen Axisor here a few times, so I don't think that's likely. It's not a first-time chatter, so I think it's probably not a hidden ad. Is this too hard for level 300 or could I come here? What? Carlin Cults? You can go to level 100, bro. It's easy spot. I was doing Beastiary. Do you have Soul Wall boots? No, I do not. I do not have Soul Wall boots. I think they're too expensive for the value at the moment. There is apparently someone on Hero Cave -3 right now for 3.5 hours. I don't feel quite right going there and invading him. I'll book myself in for 10 PM. It's the next available slot at Edron Heroes -3. Jesus. Let me do a quick claim before I forget. I guess we need something else for now. Level 150 with Bambus Joe. Yeah, I expect so. The problem is it's hard to get the Bambus Joe, right? Are there any available these days? Let's have a look. Is that like an available weapon? And there's none for sale. It looks like 8kk or so. Price for level 150 weapon. Kinda expensive. It's not that good, right? 15kk. I need 240 charm points ASAP. Any advice? I have around nothing unlocked except for the PG spawns for monks. Oh, dude, from the top of my head, I don't know. Something like Dark Cathedral is probably pretty good. I don't know. I don't remember. Sorry, from the top of my head, I don't remember what's like the easiest charm points. Make sure that you have like the Goblin Leaders and Water Buffalo and stuff like that as well. Yetis. Yeah, if you get lucky with the Yetis, probably one of the fastest Beastiaries. Just go check, 3 Yetis there, pop Beastiary Potion, bam, 50 points, 5 minutes work, less than, easy. When can I start doing imbuing weapons as monk? I don't want to make an imbue and change weapon after 10 levels. Level 80 and level 90 weapons is when I started doing the imbue. So the pair of Iron Fist, the physical weapon at level 80, and Drachiku, the energy level 90 weapon, is when I started using imbuements on the monk. You will keep those weapons for quite a while. I'm trying to think where I want to go next. Really wanted to do this, but never mind. All right, bye-bye, Mercs. Enjoy, have fun. You get your leaves. I need to do these guys at some point. 3k points, very nice. That's already very good. If it's a brand new character, that's pretty good. If it's a brand new monk, I think you can try to claim the bounty, the charm point bounty on Tibia Pal. Oh, I might check. You know, I'm gonna check if Quara Raid is active on Oramond West. I want to do that. Ooh, looks like it might be. Oh. okay. But there's somebody hunting here. I'll just stay to this little one section, okay? I'm not gonna get in your way too much. I'll just be here. I've been trying to get this done for so long. Let's reset the analyzer. Well, there's no one claimed on the Nevia Discord. I should claim it now. Yeah, the respawn is huge. Yeah, all the Quarras are here though in this little section north. Yeah, there's no point going over there for me. I'll just stay here. Just in this little section. Nice. I think I have about 500 of the Quara scouts. So we'll see how many I need, how quickly I can do them. I'll try to leave everything else. I don't need to be killing everything else. The guy can pick up all the other monsters. So if I can avoid killing them, I will. Don't use automatic wave targeting? No. I don't find it's not that good. Too unpredictable for me. Spawns like this is what really makes me really enjoy rapid respawn. It's just so stupid. You know? It's ridiculous. I'm gonna have to add gold to my loot list and not pick it up because there's too much loot here. I'm gonna have to be refilling every 15 minutes. Although I suppose the refill is very close, so maybe I do collect and just refill every 20 minutes if I need to. Make a bit more profit. Could you please show your sound settings? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I have everything disabled other than like the melee attacks, which is like battle sounds own. 1 second. Kind of don't want to overdo it. All right, let's have a look quickly. Sound, master volume 20%. And then I have battle sounds, own battle sounds 20%, and weapons. That's the only thing I really have. So the weapons and own battle sounds is like the only thing you kind of really want if you want to hear your basic attacks. Let's have a look. 3 minutes in. The one we have the least of is Hydromancer Scout. We have 697 of those. 653 of those. Hang on a sec. $502 of those. Okay, so, and we have pinchers done. Okay, so the one we have the least of is the the constrictor. We need 500 constrictors. How many constructors have we got here? 47 in 4 minutes, about 50 per 4 minutes. So we need about 40 minutes total of the raid, and I think we'll probably be able to finish everything here. That would be 75 points for me. That would be great. I'm assuming the raid is not going to last long enough for me to do it all, but I would really be happy to make a good progress. And then maybe finish it another raid or something. I'm sure I can catch another raid this rapid. Yes, the raid mechanics are kind of especially the, you know, the wildlife raid and stuff. That one is really dodgy. People claim it for like 20 minutes once an hour. Yeah. And this raid is very, you know, this respawn is not that great without the Quarras. With Quarras, it's amazing. Yep. Indeed, Slovatsky. This is here. If you're going to book it, you just kind of have to accept that you may have to hunt without it, or you just go for a right now claim. Right, you just come and check it. If it's got a Quarra raid and nobody's hunting here, then you can try and claim it. That's your best bet, right? Yeah, it's not great with the system. No other alternative really, though. This particular raid lasts quite a while, though. Yeah, it can last a very long time, right? I don't know when it started, though. I don't know when it started. It can last hours at times. So yeah, maybe. You know, that's why when it's available, I'm here. Let's see if we can, how much progress we can make. Is there a way to make my default virtue of justice? No. I know, Arkun. I know. It's a pain in the ass, isn't it? No. I reported it on the test server, and they acted like it's not a problem. And, you know, it's not a massive problem on higher levels, but yeah, on a lower level, it eats up like your whole mana bar, right? Every time you relog. Yeah, I know. But no, there is no way to change it. Sorry. Yeah, big sad, I know. Tips off. Let me add all the scouts to the tracker, so I know where we are. All right. But who is better rune for monk after low blow? Morning. Hello, Chris. So low blow and savage blow, generally speaking, your best, safest combination of runes, charms. That's what I'm using basically everywhere. Once you get high enough level, your you know, elemental charms will also obviously be good. And when you're hunting, you know, spawns of like 4 monsters, you still need some elemental charms. But generally speaking, low blow and savage blow are going to be your best 2 charms almost everywhere you go. But they're very expensive though, of course. You've done cool, Scholar. Congrats. I'll be back there another time. Maybe I'll hide the I'll hide the boss tracker so it's not distracting from the Beastiary tracker. This probably means you can see the Beastiary tracker a bit easier now without getting distracted by the Beastiary one. I'm probably not going to be doing any bosses this weekend. You think it's a good idea to go Grimbear -1 as my level 51 monk? No. No. It's a terrible idea. I'm sorry. They go invisible, which is a pain in the ass, and they drain mana as well, which is also annoying. And do were badgers do summons? I don't think they do summons, right? Do they summon little badgers or not? I can't remember. Well, I guess that wouldn't be a problem at level 51 anyway. I don't think so. I don't think it would be very good. Like, it's a good paladin respawn-ish. I don't think it'd be that good on the monk. Do they summon badgers? Yeah. Okay, that's actually not a problem at level 51. I was thinking about badgers. Badgers are a problem at level 70 plus, right? When the chain penance prioritizes the summons. That's why Grimveil -4 sucks, because because your chain penance just goes always for the war wolves, which is really terrible. But I guess at level 51 that doesn't concern you. Boss checking on rapid respawn. Got you good, Slovatsky. You're just gonna have to exit and hope for the best, I guess. And probably not check until after rapid. Grimveil -1 with energy and firebombs. Look, it's probably doable. I don't think it's worth it. Maybe let's put it that way. I don't think it's going to be that great. Invisible monsters are a pain in the ass for the monk, especially if you only have like one AoE spell, Flurry of Blows. Because if they go invisible straight after you use Flurry of Blows at level 50, sure, you can try and drag them over fire fields and stuff, but it's still not very comfortable. And you don't have that much health either, and they deal a lot of damage, so it's an idea, all right? It's an idea, fair enough. You can try it. I personally don't think it's going to be that good. I don't think it's going to be fun in any case. It's going to be annoying. I have to say, I thought you were talking about the Dark Cathedral one, Slovatsky. I thought you were talking about the Cathedral one as well. I forget. Those names are pretty similar. And I was thinking, actually, I should have realized you're talking about shamans. Like, There is no shamans in the Dark Cathedral one, but for some reason that's the one that I was thinking of to start with as well. Dead quarries on the ground. Yeah, sad for them. $15. Okay, with 15 minutes in, let's check the analyzer because now it's easy to multiply. So the one we have the least of is the Hydromancers, about 400 per hour. Predators about 500 per hour. And Constrictors are about 650 per hour. I have the fewest amount of Constrictors, so that actually works out pretty nicely. If I keep going at this rate, I'll probably finish them all around the same time. That's convenient. Yeah, tips off went a little bit off the rails with the Candy update. It was very unlike Tibia. I'm not super against it. I mean, it is supposed to be a video game and it's not supposed to be too serious. And it is like this imaginary land, right? It's not... If they added like a sugar daddy boss like that to like Edron or Tice area or something, I would be a bit like, that's... Really doesn't fit. But, you know, this is supposed to be a special fairy island, I guess. Can kind of justify it. What's the experience like? 2.2 raw. So again, we're still kind of managing to stick to this like 2kk raw type of place. Solid. But yeah, I don't know how many levels I'm going to be able to do over the weekend. Maybe like one more a day. So we'll hit 463 today, and then maybe one more today, tomorrow, and Sunday. So we'll hit like 466 maybe by the end of the weekend. Yeah, we're definitely going to fall behind a little bit because I'm sure there's going to be some monks who are, you know, focusing experience during the rapid respawn and they're going to overtake me. But, you know, it is what it is. I definitely want to be doing Beastiary. Where are the teasers of the summer update? You just wait until Tuesday. They'll be there on Tuesday. Just after the monk nerf. Why you think there will be nerfs? I just think that there will be, and I think they've been holding off with them because of New Worlds and the double skill event. But I do think they will do them on Tuesday. We'll see. I could be wrong, but I feel pretty confident in it. Not quite enough to say I'm gonna eat my hat if they don't happen. But I am mentally preparing myself as well for some nerfs on Tuesday. Kusnier has friends in Tipsoft. You mean co-workers, my colleagues? my colleagues at Tipsoft. And yes, it's not nerfs, it's rebalancing. What they will add. It's really hard to predict what they're going to add. It's very hard to predict updates. I've been saying a couple of times that I'd like to see an updated task system. Like a Grizzly Adam type of tasks, but yeah, more modern system and more relevant. Grizzly Adams has kind of not lasted very well. He's not he's not really relevant in 2025 like he was back in the day. So I would like to see some sort of revamp of that type of system. Shielding important for EK, or I should keep using my sword skill. Focus on training my sword skill. Focus on your sword skill. Do not train shielding. It's not relevant. Didn't age well. Yes, thank you. That was the expression I was looking for, but I lost it. Didn't stand the test of time is another expression I wanted to use for Grizzly Adams. You have full free. Okay, thank you. I mean, this little section I've been hunting here is sufficient anyway. Too hard for your level at the moment. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I only need, how much longer do I need now? Let's have a look. What's the constrictor? 688. So I need about 30 minutes more, I guess, and should be done. Yeah, as long as the respawn does not end. I'd really love more world changes and invasions for newer content. Yeah, on one hand, I like mini world changes. It's cool, but I don't know if I want so many of them, you know? I don't know if I want that many. It's also a bit annoying to check every day. I think instead of mini world changes, I would prefer more events. You know, simple events, but like predictable events. What I don't love about mini world changes is that they're random, but I would love there to be more like full moon type events where you know that for a few days, every couple weeks or something, there's going to be like an event that impacts certain respawns and stuff like that. That I quite like because you can sort of prepare for it. The mini world changes I like, but I'm not a big fan of the unpredictability of them, you know? I think more world events would be cool. Much more effort required. Yeah, of course, I know. It always comes down to the effort. I know. There is 0% chance we will be able to pause praise, right? I don't think it's 0%, but I think I don't believe that would be at the top of Tipsoft's priority list, to be honest. Hello. Hello, Swedish. Something new with Beastiary, Bostiary. Well, Beastiary, they've technically revamped already last update, right? They added the, revamped it. They added the charm and Beastiary reset and added new charms, minor charms and stuff. I would not be expecting many changes to Beastiary. Bostiary, maybe, although that's still a fairly new feature, right? Personally, I wouldn't expect too many changes there yet. Maybe in a couple of years. New tier in shield and quiver. What about the monk? What about the mages? The offhand slot is tricky, especially more so now with the monk, because monk is the only one that really definitely does not use an offhand. Right? Not sure if we're going to be seeing any new forge things. By the way, how long do you streaming? Because as I look at your views, you're probably in top 10 Tibia streamers in English language. So I started streaming some years ago, but I didn't really commit to it. So I only streamed for a few months, like in 2021. Then I stopped because like my kids were born and my first son was born, so I didn't have time for streaming. And I decided to make some YouTube content. So I've been a YouTuber mostly over the past 4 years or so. And yeah, then the Monk was announced, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna play a bunch of Monk. May as well stream while I do it. And yeah, to be honest, my viewer numbers have blown me away compared to what I was expecting. When I was streaming back in the day before I had my YouTube channel and everything, I was getting like between maybe 50 and 60 viewers, which is still great. I mean, that's still great numbers. But now being able to average like 200 or so viewers generally when I stream is pretty surreal still. So thank you, everybody. That's me trying to make a heart shape. I'm pretty sure that wasn't obvious. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at stuff like that. But yeah, after stopping streaming in like 2021, I didn't really stream until the Monk release. So like, you know, April this year or so. I've only really been streaming for about 2 months now. Any EXP spot that can take advantage of rapid for level 100 Monk? Pretty much every spot is just going to be better. I was thinking, someone asked this question earlier and I was just thinking about it briefly, but like nothing really immediately comes to mind. You know, stuff like this, Oramond West is probably going to be a bit better. You know, Carlin Cold's going to be better. Edron Hero is going to be, everything's going to be a bit better, but I don't think the Monk really overkills all that much yet at level 100. So I don't think that, you know, anything really opens up that otherwise wouldn't be possible. So I think you just basically hunt the same stuff, but you make a little bit more EXP, basically. Leszku, thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you for the raid, Leszku. Are you going to match Stroinus challenge to get to 0 stamina? Nope. Not my, I can't even if I wanted. Like you know, I have kids at home. It's the weekend. My kids are going to be back and around. I'm not going to be playing that much. If I was a full-time streamer with no job, with no like corporate job, and I didn't have kids, you know, I could be doing challenges like that, maybe, but not possible for me right now. Have the quarries finished? No, they're still here. Okay, I've got no capacity. Let me do a quick refill. If there's going to be any Monk nerfs, it's going to be Kusnier's fault. Yeah, well, I'm just a player, okay? I'm just a player. I don't make the nerfs. Don't blame me. Blame Tipsoft, please. It's their fault for releasing a stronger than expected vocation. All right, I'm just a fellow player. Any plans for full-time content creation? No. You know, even like looking at my numbers from streaming now, I can tell you that I would have to have a lot more viewers for me to consider full-time streaming. Looking at the numbers that, you know, I do now, and at the advertising revenue and stuff that comes from it, I think I would maybe consider quitting my job for this if I was like streaming to like 1,000 people on average. So like about 5 times as much as now, which is unrealistic, I think, in Tibia terms especially. So yeah, no, I don't have any plans for full-time content creation. I'd rather have a full-time job. I am a software engineer in the financial industry. I'm very lucky to have the job that I have. It's a very good job. Not too stressful, you know, comes with a bunch of perks. I'd be pretty crazy to, you know, quit that or stop working like that. So I work, and then my content Tibia creation is like an extra little hobby, you know, gets me an extra little bit of income for like developing my characters, you know, upgrading my PC, buying some games that I like, etc., etc. And that's probably how it's going to be pretty much forever. I don't anticipate, you know, it's always possible that I may blow up somehow in like Path of Exile or whatever, right? It's possible, but very, very very, very unlikely. Maybe they'll decide Monk is not that strong, but Kusnier has Angel Pro hands and only blah blah. Yeah, I don't think so, because I can't do that with other vocations. That's the problem. If I could do what I'm doing with the Monk, but on other vocations, then by all means. But I can't. I would really like to, but I can't. What is my corporate job? Yeah, I'm just. Let's just say I'm just software engineer. There's a bit of financial analysis, bit of risk analysis. I'm a programming mathematician, maybe. I studied mathematics, so that's kind of my my actual specialization, but mostly just software engineering.
Let's take it slow. Heart sets another tone, and I hate getting vulnerable, but you can have my whole soul.
Yeah, you're able to get you're absolutely able to be a full-time streamer already at the numbers that I make, but like I say, I have a pretty good job where I don't really, stress too much or have to work like crazy hours. It's still not worth it for me. Even with 500, 600 viewers, wouldn't be worth it. And you have a bunch of other things that you also kind of need to consider, like obviously the salary is one thing, but you also, like, for example, with my job, I get like full private health insurance for myself and the whole family. That's something I don't get with streaming, right? I'd have to sort out all the insurance. I get like pension contributions, like for retirement, which again, I wouldn't get anything like that with content creation. Bunch of things like that. It's not strictly salary, but is obviously part of the overall compensation that you get by working at big corporations as well. Yeah, paid time off, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing, right? I get like weeks and weeks of paid time off, right? If you're a full streamer, every time you go on vacation, you're not getting paid, you're losing out on your money and stuff. So it's just not, it's if you're gonna be a streamer, full-time streamer, you really have to, I think, well, I don't know, a bit of a skewed perspective, I guess, because of having a pretty good job, but for me to be a full-time streamer, I'd have to have like really crazy numbers, which I don't think are possible. At least in Tibia. You stream PoE too? Not very much, but I do make PoE guides. I have made a few PoE guides, and I think, I was actually planning to move more into PoE content creation, but then the Monk came out, and that just really derailed that, because obviously I love the Monk, and I really wanted to focus on that first and foremost. So my PoE content creation has actually taken a bit of a break due to the Monk release, but I think eventually I'd like to go back more to PoE as well, because I actually, pound for pound, I prefer playing PoE to Tibia. I have way more fun playing Path of Exile. Like, if I had to say that I prefer that game to Tibia overall. But I do love the Monk in Tibia as well, and I have so much experience in playing Tibia that the content I can make for Tibia is a lot better than the content I can make for Path of Exile. But for fun, if I wasn't streaming, wasn't making content, I was just chilling in my own free time, I do prefer playing Path of Exile. So I would like to go down that road a bit more in the future as well. But with more regular streaming at the same time, you get way more viewers. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think I pretty much have majority of the English viewer base, people interested in the English content, even if they're little time that I stream. Of course, I'd probably do a bit more, but I'm not sure it'd be that much more. Like, right, say now I have like 200-ish viewers. If I was streaming 8 hours a day every day at the same time, maybe I'd have 300, right? Maybe. But I wouldn't be having 1,000, because there's just not enough people interested in this type of content in Tibia. Monday fruits. Yeah, I have at my work, I think it's Tuesday and Thursday actually that we get like free fruit. It's usually like bananas. It's a bunch of stuff, a bunch of different fruits every week. Chiama grube? What the which language do you write? Also, could you briefly tell us how long you're junior, mid, etc.? So what position would you consider yourself now? Right now, Well, I'm a senior, I guess. But there's no. It doesn't quite work like that in my company. It's a bit different. It's not like junior, mid, senior, but it would be the equivalent of like a senior person though at this point. Right now I'm just starting a new project actually last week. It's going to be mostly in C# and Python. Those are the two languages I'm going to be using to write some microservices. But yeah, mostly I've used Python and Java in my professional career. I do know web technologies as well. I built Tibia Pal, so obviously I have to know a little bit of web technologies, but that's not really my main professional experience there. And I was what you'd consider junior for about 3 years, and then mid for about 2 years, and I became a senior-ish after about 5 years total. Did you watch the content reveal yesterday for the new PoE expansion? Of course. I was very excited. I really like what I saw. Very, very excited. Definitely going to be playing a lot starting on Friday with the new league. Do you need access to where you are right now? No. This is just Oramond. Tibia on Twitch has a hard cap 100%. Yeah, exactly. It's got a hard cap. That was also kind of my, motivation and logic between making a little bit more Path of Exile content. The cap for Path of Exile audience is like, I don't know, 100 times more than Tibia. And something I like about Path of Exile and the developer of Path of Exile is that they are way, 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 way more content creator friendly and helpful. Super, super nice and kind. And, I really wish Tipsoft learned a bit of that from other developers. In 2025, if you want your game to thrive, you really need to be engaged with the content creators. That's how games, honestly, MMOs especially, like online games, live and die by the content creators in 2025. And I think Tipsoft are very, very behind the times when it comes to understanding that. And it's a shame. Charms 2 hours here or more? Well, let's have a look. 36 minutes. We've got the one that we have the least of is Quora Hydromancer Scout. Looks like it's about 400 or so of them per hour. So I guess if you're really starting from scratch, you need about 2.5 hours here while the raid is active. It's random start, random end. Do you remember if Dryads have any announced raid? I haven't seen. They do have an announced raid. They do get an announced raid, but I haven't seen any yet today. Would you lick a Hydromancer for 250 Tibia coins? I do it for 25.
Tell you for sure that tonight will be different. I promise you'll understand. As the moon rises, the dark sets upon us, and then I will take your hand.
I'm really, really happy I managed to pick these up here on Oramond West. I mean, I've been trying to get these damn Quora Scouts for quite a while. Gonna be really nice to get those out the way and forget about them. Oh. Nope. Yeah, I know. It's funny, isn't it? Rapid respawn, like all the bodies is like some genocide. For Quaras, right? There can't be many fish left in the Tibian Sea after what's just happened here. Hello, I'm from Brazil. I really like your videos. Thank you. Welcome. Where are they going? Oh. Seemed like there was somebody else there, like it was going in the other direction. Maybe just weird Tibia movement logic. Oh. About 10 more minutes. I think we may just be able to do it without the raid running out. I'm not sure if I'm going to do anything else after this raid. Time is it's 3 p.m. I theoretically have a little bit more time, but I haven't eaten yet. I haven't had any lunch. Maybe we'll end after this raid. We'll see. We'll see. Has been a productive day already. We've got we've completed 125 points this morning. Then we're gonna do another 75 here, and we've progressed Carlin cults for another 50. Yeah, it's been going well. I think about 200 points a day I can probably manage, something like that. So I'll end up getting about 600 points, I think, at the end of the weekend. Should get me to overpower. I think the next charm I want is overpower. I'm starting to have pretty much quite a lot of health. I mean, I've got almost 6,000 health now, and I think that's the break point where overpower starts becoming pretty good at a lot of respawns. So obviously I still expect low blow and savage blow to be the best charms, but I do think overpower is starting to be better than elemental charms in a lot of respawns. Hello Gaines, hello. Welcome. Sounds like it's been a good first day. Yes, it has. Let me run you through what we've done so far. It's been pretty fun, actually. First couple of hours was Winter Court. We finished Banner Circuses and Soul Broken Harbingers. So Winter Court is fully done. I'm not going there now until level 600 when I get the Sanguine Claw, and I'm going to attempt the zero supply hunt at Winter Court, but that's 137 levels away. Then we went to Yalahar. Yalahar is boosted on Nevia, so it's actually 6x respawn. We did War Golems. That was very fast. It was 850 War Golems per hour. So only about an hour, 10 minutes for that. Then went to Carlin Cults, bottom floor. Did half the Beastiary on Cult Enforcers and Cult Skull. Is about 500 per hour. So did 1 hour, halved it. Was too bored. So I'm going to go back and finish it like tomorrow or something. I didn't have it in me to go there for another hour today. And now we're just doing Quara Scouts. Oof. Almost done. I can see the Predators finished. Okay, it looks like Hydromancers might be the last ones to be done. Can you make a video explaining how to hunt as a monk with your hotkeys, mouse, etc.? Jututa, you're in luck. That a monk hotkey video is scheduled, I believe, for either tomorrow or the day after. I think it might be the day after. So Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, you're gonna have a monk hotkey video. Big gains, yeah, indeed. I don't expect many more gains this weekend. Obviously, play a little bit less during the weekend, but yeah, should still try and get a couple 100 points every day. That's the plan. How much HP do you get from gems? Is it 300 per? Right, it's 300 per gem, I think. So 600 or so total. Ah, yes, Oramond West is a good spot. I haven't actually tested it yet on like a low level monk. I have my level 90 monk. Who I'm planning to come here at some point and actually test what experience you can get here. I think monk will do really well at Oramond West on low levels as well. I've had some friends who tested it and it's supposed to be very good. If you deal damage to a creature, it counts towards Beastiary, even if you didn't frag it. Yes, indeed. You only need to do 1 damage to a creature and it'll count. So you can, if you really don't like someone, you can just follow them around the spawn and attack the monsters, and you'll get your Beastiary. I think before 90, I'm planning to come here level 90 with the Drachiku. If you have the Drachiku at 90, I think it's going to be possible to hunt here. It'll be hard, obviously. These monsters do deal a fair amount of damage. But if you take it easy, I think it's possible. That's what I'm going to try anyway. Maybe I die and it's not possible, but I think it should be. Much harder. You think you think this place is harder than Yalahaquaras at 130? I wouldn't have thought so. Maybe. I would have thought that this place is a bit easier because of lack of paralyze and faster movement speed. Okay, all right, fair enough. Well, I'll give it a try. At some point when I have some time to play the lower level monk. Maybe next week. We'll see. Fair enough. How many exercise weapons have you used with this character for fist and magic level? For magic level, I think I used 2, so 16 hours. And for fist, maybe 10, 12, something like that, probably. I didn't keep track. If you heal a creature, it also counts towards Beastiary. Huh. That seems like a bizarre implementation, but I can believe it. I'm currently at 950 charm points, level 265 monk. Do you think it's worth to go for low blow, or should I focus on elementals? Having in mind rapid respawn. If you can if you can get to 2,000 points in the rapid respawn, I would just save it for low blow. Low blow is better. Low blow is probably better than elemental charms. In fact, it's definitely better than elemental charms. So if you think you've got it in you to save for low blow, I recommend you do that. So I should get low blow T2 before getting savage blow T1. In my opinion, yes. It's not the end of the world if you've already got them both at T1, but yes, I go for T2 before unlocking any T1. You should only really have T1 charms as you're progressing towards T2 for that charm. That makes sense. T2 are like crazily more efficient than T1. What do you think about Rendered Infernal Claws versus Solkamas? Well, they're actually not terribly far apart. Obviously, the Solkamas is nicer, but like if you can't afford the Solkamas, you know, people are really freaking out about not being able to get Solkamas. I don't think it's that bad. Like the Rendon Inferniarch weapon, I think is very good, so you're probably all right. Is Oramond West in Claimbot? I might hit it after you're done. Yeah, I think so. I think it's not claimed until like 6 p.m. last I looked or something. I didn't bother claiming it. It's rapid respawn, bro. Just come. Anyway, I'm almost done. I'll be done in about a minute. So just get here already if you're there. If you play Nevi, you can buy my Rending Claws. Have you got a Soul? Did you buy the Solkamas from Pietrucha or something, Chico? Oh no. Didn't he sell it for like... You were the one who told me that he sold it for like 14 KTC or something, right? Was it to you? Is that how you know how much it was? Now it all makes sense. $15.5. My God. 15.5 KTC for a soul weapon. Mental. Alright, 5 more Hydromancers. Is it worth to keep using the Eldritch Crescent Moonspade instead of changing to Rendon and Inferniarch Claws? My personal opinion is that they are basically equivalent, right? I see them as basically equivalent weapons. I don't really see much difference in the damage output from when I use both of them. So personally, I would sell the Moonspade just because it's worth way more than the Inferniarch. So like, just sell it while it's worth so much. And yeah, and use the Rendon Inferniarch. That's all. Power-wise, to me, they're basically the same. All right, we finished here. Oh, another 75 points. Very nice. Let me sell the loot while I'm here. $96 capacity left. That was very very convenient. Literally all the items I have to sell here took up exactly my full capacity. What are the odds? Moonspade is 55 KK now? Oh, right, okay. So Moonspade's gone down a little bit. Still, I still think in the Inferniarch weapon is probably a lot cheaper, right? So either way, it still probably makes more sense to just sell the Moonspade and then get it. Inferniarch is the same power level, but cheaper. All right. I couldn't find any info about the Jaded Helmet for level 110. Is it not worth it? No, I don't think so. There's Jade Conical Hat, right? Personally, I don't think it's worth to use this ever. There's 6% base damage to chain penance from the level 70 helmet. In my opinion, is just straight up better than this. This one gives you what? This one is +1 fist, right? And 4% ice protection. Why would you ever do that? It's never worth. It's never going to be worth. So no, I don't think it's worth this helmet to use it ever. Is it worth old school training with Monk? Mad Sheep or Monk? Not for me, it's not. You're giving up a bunch of stamina to online train. I don't know. Personally, not a fan. Personally, not a fan. Where do you think it's good to EXP at level 130? No Grims, no Lurkers, no Barkless. Alright. Sunken Quarter then, I guess. The fourth one after that. Where did you get your accent like that? I lived in the UK for 13 years. Training on Nullhounds doesn't use stamina, you just don't regain it while online though. Well, the same thing though, isn't it? By not being offline, you're giving up the stamina. You're not giving up as much as hunting, but you are giving up the stamina. If you train on Nullhounds, you don't have I forget, I owe him 250 TC. There we go. You're not regenerating stamina, so it's almost as bad as using it up. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to be somewhat competitive, so I try to burn stamina daily. So yeah, for me, online training is not an option. $43 worldwide at the moment. Solo hunting. And the top guy has like 2.5 times as much experience as me. It's mental. He's really ahead, actually. 29 levels is a lot. Impressive. But it is all team hunting, of course. All right, I'll be honest, guys. I think I'm going to end the stream now. I've been streaming for over 5 hours, which is a lot for me. I kind of need to get some food and stuff. 500 KK experience between first and second. Yeah, it's quite a lot, right? It's actually surprisingly a lot, assuming that they've both been very efficient and stuff. It's actually quite a bit. It's only been 60 days, right? All right. Yeah, so let's go off and raid somebody. Thank you, obviously, everybody for being here, as always. Oh, who do we raid now? Oh no, Rubenos and Anti-Druid are both streaming at the same time. I guess we're going to have to raid Anti-Druid. He did help us with the Winter Court this morning. 500 KK for Monk is like 10 hours. I don't think they're making quite that much, but maybe 20 hours. But still, 20 hours across like a 60-day competitive environment is still quite a lot. Anyway, yeah, thanks very much, everybody, for being here. So just before you all go, quick reminder. Next week, I have a week off work. My wife is going away with the kids to the UK, so I will be online a lot next week, starting from Monday evening. Okay, Monday evening is going to be the first stream from that week. And then we're going to be doing quite a lot of streaming on like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and so on. So yeah, happy to see you. Looking forward to seeing you all there. Another one later today. Probably not, Pasig. Probably not. I think I'm going to take it fairly easy over the weekend when it comes to streaming, because we've got a lot of streams next week. 10 hours daily, maybe not quite 10 hours daily, but you know, probably close. We'll see. Yeah. Anyway. Thanks very much. Do I think that tiering Drachiku makes sense? What class is Drachiku? Tier 2. I think probably not. I mean, it's nice, but probably not, considering how expensive it is. I probably wouldn't bother. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody, for being here, as always, and I will see you next time I stream, maybe like Saturday or Sunday evening. We'll see. Yeah, thank you very much. Let's raid Anti-Druid, my friend, who often helps me with Beastiaries and stuff. Great guy. Drop him a follow, etc., all the good stuff. And I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.